Уважаемые участники Петербургского международного экономического форума, просим вас занять свои места, отключить мобильные телефоны и вспышки фотокамер. Пленарное заседание начнется через несколько минут. Dear participants of the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum, you are kindly requested to take your seats, switch off your mobile phones and disable the flash on your cameras. The plenary session is starting in a few minutes. Уважаемые участники Петербургского международного экономического форума, просим вас занять свои места, отключить мобильные телефоны и вспышки фотокамер. Пленарное заседание начнется через несколько минут. Dear participants of the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum, you are kindly requested to take your seats, switch off your mobile phones, and disable the flash on your cameras. The plenary session is starting in a few minutes.
Английский язык. Понятно?
Понятно.
Уважаемые участники Петербургского международного экономического форума, просим вас занять свои места, отключить мобильные телефоны и вспышки фотокамер. Пленарное заседание начинается. Dear participants of the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum, you are kindly requested to take your seats, switch off your mobile phones and disable the flash on your cameras. The plenary session is starting now. Уважаемые участники Петербургского международного экономического форума, просим вас занять свои места, отключить мобильные телефоны и вспышки фотокамер. Пленарное заседание начинается. Dear participants of the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum, you are kindly requested to take your seats, switch off your mobile phones and disable the flash on your cameras. The plenary session is starting now. Уважаемые участники Петербургского международного экономического форума, просим вас занять свои места, отключить мобильные телефоны и вспышки фотокамер. Пленарное заседание начинается. Dear participants of the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum, you are kindly requested to take your seats, switch off your mobile phones, and disable the flash on your cameras. The plenary session is starting now.
История нелинейна.
History is not linear. It knows moments when humanity stood in silence before a choice, war or peace, separation or cooperation, chaos or stability.
1780.
1780. America and Europe are undergoing turbulence. There's the War of Independence going on in the US, but Russia changes the rules. Catherine the Great takes the declaration of armed neutrality to protect neutral navigation. For the first time in history, law prevails over arms, order over chaos. 1942, the world is facing a lethal threat. Two systems are in opposition, but pragmatism prevails. The USSR, the UK, China, the USA enter into an anti-Hitler coalition, like a serious challenges require union. 2015 Syria is on the brink of collapse. It seemed Libya and Iraq would be repeated here, but Russia proposes the Astana dialogue, bringing together at the negotiating table irreconcilable enemies. The threat of terrorism has been ended. Right now the world is entering the era of irreversible changes, fight for resources, conflict, dialectic opposition. The decisions made today will determine the fates of millions, but there is a power in the world that can put an end to destructive trends. A country which remembers the lessons of history and stands willing to cooperate for decades to come. And this power is Russia. This is the place where dialogue begins. This is also the guarantee that agreements will function. Pragmatic dialogue, path to stable future. Ladies, gentlemen, President of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin. President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Samia Suluhu Hassan. President of the Republic of Uzbekistan, Shavkat Mirziyoyev. Vice President of the People's Republic of China, Zheng. Moderator of the plenary session, Gita Mohan.
Namaskar, Namaste, Здравствуйте, hello. Excellencies, distinguished guests and friends, it is a privilege to welcome you to this very important conversation at a time when the world is clearly standing at an inflection point. For decades, the global economic order was shaped by a few powerful capitals, a few dominant institutions, and a few accepted rules of engagement. But a new global economic order and architecture is emerging, one that is more diverse, more contested, of course, but also more representative. The countries on the stage reflect that shift. We have Russia, a major power at the center of today's geopolitical realignment. China, one of the world's largest economies and a defining force when it comes to AI, trade, and infrastructure. We also have Uzbekistan, representing the rise of Central Asia and as a region of energy, connectivity, and geostrategic opportunity. And then we have Tanzania, an important African voice, led by one of the most significant women leaders of our time. And of course, since the moderator is from India, we can say this stage also has a little bit of Indian spice, a little bit of balance, and just enough to keep everyone comfortable. The question before us is simple but profound. Are we witnessing only a redistribution of power, or are we witnessing the birth of a fairer world order? The era of being lectured, pressured, or bullied is seriously being challenged. At the same time, independence is not easy. Strategic autonomy comes with costs. So today's discussion is not merely about geopolitics. It is about price of sovereignty, something President Putin has emphasized time and again. Can countries protect their national interest without being forced into camps or being sanctioned? It is about whether a multipolar world will be genuinely fair or simply replace one center of power with several competing centers. It is about whether BRICS and South-South cooperation can move from rhetoric to real economic instruments. It is about whether alternative payment systems, new trade corridors, energy partnerships, and technology cooperation can give the Global South true agency. And it is about a new world order where countries no longer want to be spoken for, but want to speak for themselves. With that, let us begin our conversation today. I'd like to begin by inviting President of the Russian Federation, Honorable Vladimir Putin, for his opening remarks.
Good afternoon, ladies, gentlemen, President Mirziyoyev, President Samir Suluhu Hassan, Vice President Zheng, ladies, gentlemen, it is an immense pleasure to see this august assembly, this room packed with people. President Mirziyoyev and I have just exchanged our views, and he said the room is packed, which is testimony to the interest caused by the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum. And I would like to welcome all the participants and guests here. Russia and St. Petersburg once again host leaders of companies, businessmen, experts this year from more than 130 countries with a view to building business contacts and creating new contacts. Our moderator has just given us a very high bar to which we should rise up, and I'm going to talk about. But before we came here, she said that the atmosphere is very good, and it was thanks to the organizers. So at the outset, I would like to thank the organizers of this forum, everyone who participated in the organization process. Thank you. The unique nature, the attractiveness of SPIEF consists in this possibility of a frank dialogue on issues that are of interest to entrepreneurs, to whole industries and whole countries, and we're always open to those who are interested in working with other countries, those who stand ready to engage in mutually beneficial cooperation on equal footing. This approach, which consists in listening to one another, understanding the interests of one another, arriving at common solution, that is what harmonious path of development is all about. It also implies the opportunity to find solutions to the challenges the modern world is facing. We see that the energy markets are undergoing shocks. We see tensions provoked in certain regions. First and foremost, right now I refer to the Middle East. East, we see the short-sighted policies pursued by the European bureaucracy, which is accompanied by aggressive rhetoric and leads to further loss of Europe's position in the world economy. Moreover, it undermines regional as well as global security. As a matter of fact, the European elites are provoking chaos, and they are trying to plunge more and more countries into this chaos. These processes, they were not born of their own. This is the consequences of the fact that over the last decades the world is undergoing the most profound structural transformation, which is not a transition from one stage to another of the cycle. The very paradigm of global development is shifting. What did we have in the past? What I want to draw your attention to is the fact that for decades, global development model was based around a restricted number of financial centers, technological solution, insurance and logistics hubs, rating agencies, as well as reserve currencies. And this architecture was portrayed as universal, as something that fits allegedly everyone, and hence allegedly neutral. But as a matter of fact, it was increasingly often used as an instrument for political pressure and unfair competition when settlements, technology, logistics, and sometimes even access to information can be switched off in the blink of an eye in order to punish those who choose to act in their own national interests. Basically, this was a deliberately created system of dependence, or system for taking someone else's resources out of them. Right now, the overwhelming majority of countries see that, and this is something that is seen by entrepreneurs, banks, industrial companies, farmers, as well as transportation companies. They see that their investment plans to develop their business can face serious risks, that the external infrastructure they use can be turned against them. That is why countries begin to pursue their own technological solutions, building their own supply routes as well as institutions. Russia feels the full brunt of these changes. The pressure against our country remains, and yet the space for maneuver is growing. We see new partnerships, new financial and technological solutions. We're exploring more promising markets. Thus, Russia believes that the global changes are not just a threat. They also carry enormous opportunities, and to seize them, we're trying to act swiftly and pragmatically. I will reiterate, this current turbulence goes back to the fact that from a vertical hierarchical model which served the interests of a very small group of countries, the world is transitioning to a distributed, more comprehensive multipolar system. What am I referring to? The structure of growth is shifting in favor of new centers of development and the countries of the global south. Colleagues, you see that very well, and this is not a declaration. This is objective realities, because the countries I'm referring to see a growth of population, they see the birth of middle class, a surge in their industry, an expansion of their domestic market, which means new cities are being built, just as roads, ports, energy, and digital grids. They built their financial, educational, and scientific centers. I would like to say in that regard that the world is becoming more equitable, fairer, because economic growth is extending to a growing number of countries, giving billions of people who used to be on the periphery of the global economy new opportunities. Importantly, new centers of growth want to select their trajectory of development on their own. They want to get greater share of value added, build their own logos and standards as well as competences. So if you look at the global GDP dynamics of the last 5 years, you will see that almost half of its annual growth, 49%, is accounted for by BRICS countries, whereas the contribution of the so-called Group of Seven is estimated at 18%. Just for your information, I can tell you that in 2021-2025, the global economy grew on average by 4.1%. Annually, 2% accounted for by BRICS and just 0.8% accounted for by the G7. Right now, the share of BRICS in the world GDP based on purchasing power parity stands at 40%, whereas the G7 share is less than 29%. So BRICS has already overtaken the G7. And it did so back in 2020, but this gap is increasing. This gap is expected to grow in favor of BRICS. But what are the sources explaining this process? This is due to the fact that BRICS is going to grow at a steadily greater pace. The pace is greater right now, but this trend is going to persist. The G7 is going to grow at best by 1.1% per year, whereas BRICS nations are going to grow by more than 4%. Colleagues, we are not the ones who say that. This is the World Bank and the IMF that are saying that. International institutions have to state this. Of course, it is more interesting to go there where the development is more dynamic. There is a possibility for building your production and selling your products, and that is why the center of the global trade, as well as the financial system, is going to shift. It is already shifting, and this trend is going to persist. For many years, most flows of trade, capital, and information were going through a handful of Western infrastructure hubs. Even when a good was flowing from one Eurasian country to another Eurasian country, the settlements, logistics, insurance, arbitration were all based on the institutions of third countries, which generated additional costs and created political dependence. Right now, international trade is becoming increasingly efficient. We see growth of supplies without intermediaries. Settlements in national currencies are expanding, new corridors are being set up. In Eurasia, I refer to North-South corridor, Trans-Arctic transportation route, as well as links via the Caspian Sea, Central Asia, the Black Sea, and the Middle East. All of these projects and logistics routes are the emblem of modern development as well as future development. To cite an example and to show that the global trade system ceases to be centered around the West, I can say that over the last 25 years, BRICS' share in the world trade in goods has more than doubled. Last year, BRICS accounted for almost 25% of the world export, and this indicator continues to grow steadily, inexorably, just as intra-BRICS trade is growing, and it has exceeded $1 trillion per annum. A special role is taken on by the connected countries that are linking together markets, technologies, financial flows, and the culture of doing business. And I'm not just referring to simple transit, carrying goods over a certain territory. The most important thing is to ensure trust, logistics, settlements, legal clarity and technological compatibility. And this panel discussion is attended by the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan, whom I would like to welcome once again. I would like to thank you for being here with us on this panel. You are at the helm of the country, which is one of the centers of economic growth. Uzbekistan's population is growing rapidly. It is pursuing industrial plans, improving its agricultural as well as energy potential. Its domestic market is growing too. At the same time, Uzbekistan acts as an important link between Russia, Central Asia, South Asia, China, and the Middle East. When your individual development is harmoniously complemented by advantages of links to other centers of multipolar world, well, these examples are going to be increasingly numerous, and this fully applies to another guest of ours from Tanzania. Once again, welcome, Madam President. Tanzania plays a similar role in East Africa. There's another important trend I would like to point out. The global trade architecture is drifting away from its original principles of the World Trade Organization. Starting from the beginning of the 21st century, the number of bilateral, regional, as well as mega-regional trade arrangements has more than quadrupled. Why is this happening? The erosion of the World Trade Organization was set off by the very authors of these organizations, the Western nations to be more precise. When it benefited them, they promoted the WTO, they invited other countries to join, but once the West started to lose in this competition, universal common rules for the trade introduced by the WTO lost their interests to them. They became more of a burden, and that is when they turned to unilateral restrictions and so-called sanctions, and thus the Western countries basically switched off the WTO mechanisms, undermining trust in them. And once there is no trust, the institution can no longer function properly. And that means the businesses, the countries will have to find another solution, and they are doing that in the form of bilateral as well as multilateral trade arrangements. I said that before, sanctions and basically the theft of Russia's international reserves has had an irreversible effect on the positions of the world currencies, namely the US dollar and euro. This is an evident fact we have to recognize. Right now, all countries without exception, and I would like to underscore that, just as Russia can instantaneously lose access to their legitimate assets denominated in USD or euro, they can also lose access to the Western financial and payment infrastructure. You and we understand that this is all about unfair competition. There can be different pretexts to start that, and they will always find something. In our case, this is the conflict in Ukraine. This can also be the conflict in the Middle East, conflicts in Africa, or the attitude towards the LGBT community. You can find fault with anything. But the basic rationale is basically unfair competition. Another thing that undermines trust in the West is the deplorable state of their public finance. I refer to high public debt and high budget deficit. The Eurozone public debt rose to 81.7% of the GDP in 2025. The worst indicators, well, they are in Greece 146, Italy 137, France 115, Belgium 108%, whereas in Russia it's 16.4% only of the GDP. Well, it's floating a little bit. Yesterday I spoke about that, meeting the heads of information agencies, news agencies. Some experts say it's 15.8, but you know, the figures are incomparable. The deficit of the euro budget in 2021 stands at 3.1% of the GDP. Poland has a maximum deficit of 7.3%. Belgium has a deficit of 5.2%. France, the deficit of 5.1%. The US has 5.9%, whereas in Russia the budget deficit is 2.6%. Maybe by the end of the year it will have risen a little bit, but still it will be inferior to the budget deficit in other advanced economies. This situation is fraught with the possibility of a surge of inflation, which happened back in 2021, 2022, when just in 2 years the prices in the Eurozone and the US grew by 14%, and that means that countries of the world are decreasing their assets in the West. They are transitioning to payments in national national currencies. They are making wider use of alternative payment systems, increasing the role of digital financial assets as well as the digital currencies of their central banks. Russia is mostly using national currencies in its trade contacts with our leading partners. The share of ruble in our exports stands at 65% or so almost two-thirds. I would like to underscore that the world needs a modern, agile and responsible financial architecture without any risks of restrictions or barriers, rather with incentives for sovereign development. These instruments have to decrease costs, speed up settlements, increase access to funding. And of course, we have to make sure there is no tax evasion, no fraud, no money laundering. This is something that has to be in our spotlight always. Historically, the West has been seen by other countries as the source of technological development. But right now, we see some fundamental shifts in this context. Over the last 25 years, the BRICS countries have significantly increased their high-tech export. Right now, it has risen to more than one-third of their global supplies, which means that the global technical leadership is shifting. This is a gradual process, and yet it is already ongoing. Our strategic partner, China, has most patents in artificial intelligence. Incidentally, Russia also has very good, promising advancements there. Let's give a round of applause to the Vice President of the People's Republic of China, whom we would like to welcome. Another key partner of ours is India, which is one of the leading players in the IT industry. It accounts for a significant share of the global software market. Russia also ranks high in the implementation of digital platforms such as trading, marketplaces, solutions in finance and urban services, healthcare, as well as education, which help improve the quality of life of our citizens in Russia and beyond, in dozens of countries where they are vying successfully with similar solutions from abroad. We are also leaders in nuclear. More than 80% of construction processes in NPPs in the world market are conducted with the participation of Rosatom, more than 80%, which is a very significant figure. We have very good engineering as well as technical groundwork in managing water and energy resources, which is gaining an increasing attention in Asia, Africa, and on the world in general. I believe colleagues participating in the panel discussion will agree with that. It is evident that the global transformation is mostly due to technical progress. Experts believe there are three key technologies for today and for tomorrow that are capable of transforming the lives of our citizens, how our business is being done, and how the government is operating. I refer to artificial intelligence, which allows processing big chunks of data and making the best solutions in almost all fields. Another technology is autonomous systems, which can radically increase labor productivity and transform whole industries. And third, platform-based solutions, which allow market participants to work directly in real time and autonomously to exchange information and to conclude deals. Experts and scientists believe that the countries and groups of countries that have their own set of technologies in AI, autonomous systems, and digital platforms will become centers of sovereignty in a multipolar world. Moreover, without these technologies, real sovereignty is going to be unachievable. I would like to underscore the technological base is of paramount importance to countries with big population, vast territories, and unique cultures. These countries can't act as simply consumers of solutions offered by someone else. Otherwise, they risk becoming subject to foreign control via foreign platforms. And the question is how these platforms are going to be used. So big countries, two civilizations, are facing a historical choice. Either they come up with their own platforms and technological systems, or they are relegated to the digital periphery. And one should not be laboring under any delusion. First, foreign services can be very convenient, but then, sooner or later, you will see what the price of this dependence is gonna be. Russia has learned its lesson. We saw that certain suppliers of software left the market. We saw payments blocked. We saw how politics interferes within commercial relations. That is why we're going to strengthen our critical infrastructure, and we will only cooperate and interact with those partners that honor mutual reciprocal obligations and commitments. We have this experience with the People's Republic of China for many years. China is Russia's strategic partner, a genuine one. Our economic cooperation covers almost all fields, from high-tech to transport to mechanical engineering to energy. Distinguished friends, as I said, the global leadership in the world economic ties is conditional on whether the country can ensure its own sovereignty. I wouldn't be exaggerating if I say that this race for sovereignty has started, it's kicked off, and it's gaining traction. We're not just talking about the capability to oppose external pressure and defend national interests. This is about the quality of the government, the economy and society. Sovereignty implies being smarter and being stronger. That means being able to better manage your resources, to better invest, including in your technical development. I will highlight that genuine sovereignty requires efficiency. We can't say that we are sovereign, and that is why we can afford to be expensive, slow, and inconvenient. Quite the contrary. In each and every field, we have to act the best, with the greatest efficiency, producing better, increasing the income of the government, business and citizens. In difficult environment, Russia continues to reinforce its sovereignty rather than being isolated. It expands its circle of partners. It's true that the economic dynamics is moderate, and we'll probably get back to that, but I would like to remind you about the task fixed before the government starting from next year. We need to resume steady growth of our economy. We can only do that if we increase capital expenditure, launching a new investment cycle. In 2021-2024, investment growth in Russia was almost 38%. In real terms, last year, of course, there was a certain drop. I would like to draw your attention to the following fact. The launch of the new investment cycle is the key task of the economic authorities, whereas growing the investments is the most important KPI. It's important that economic growth should be well balanced. It should be based on domestic demand and combined with further reductions in inflation. And inflation has slowed down significantly, and it keeps going down. I think I mentioned that inflation in this year is expected to be around 5.2%. Colleagues and I are in regular discussions about the economic agenda, and I would like to point out that the industrial output, the GDP and consumer activity in Russia, all of that is now in the black.
In April, industrial production in Russia grew despite all the problems that we have been facing. I think we'll face questions about that today too. At least in April, industrial production in our country grew by 1.9%, including the processing industry by 3.1%. While the retail volume of trade increased by 6.5%. In April this year, the GDP grew by 1.3%, and in January to April this year, the GDP grew by yet another 0.2%. Here's what I would like to say. We do hear certain criticisms from all parts, saying that we're going down.
опустились до того самого уровня, в
Yes, we
котором
have gone down
страны
to the
еврозоны
exact
живут
level
уже все
where the
последние
countries of
годы.
the Eurozone have
И
been
мы
for the
ощущаем
past many
подъем.
years.
Главное, что мы сохранили, это
The most
основу
important factor
макроэкономической
is that we
политики.
have preserved the
Уверен, что
foundations of our macroeconomic policy,
движение
and I am sure
вперед и вверх будет
that
обеспечено.
we will keep
Необходимо,
moving forward
чтобы
and
эти
upwards,
тенденции
and we must
закрепляли, а
reinforce
позиции
these
нашей страны
trends.
в мире, наш
And
суверенитет
the positions,
становились
the standing
более
of our
прочными.
country in the world and our
В этой связи
sovereignty must
обозначу
become ever
некоторые
stronger.
соображения о том, какой
Therefore, I would like to share
суверенитет
certain
нужен. Я уже
ideas
обозначил
about what
чуть
kind of
выше.
sovereignty
Сейчас несколько слов
we
поподробнее.
require.
Первое. Как уже отметил,
Firstly,
суверенная
as
экономика
stated
опирается
previously,
на
a sovereign
сквозные
economy is based on
внедрение технологий,
end-to-end
на
integration of
использование
technologies,
передовых
the use
решений,
of
которые
advanced solutions,
упрощают работу
which
бизнеса,
simplify the
переводят
work of
многие
businesses
процессы
and
в автоматический
automate
режим,
numerous
а значит,
processes,
помогают
and thereby
повысить производительность
assist
труда
us
и
in
эффективность
increasing
экономики в целом.
productivity and the
Этот тезис
economic
особенно относится
efficiency in
к
general.
области обороны и
This is
безопасности.
especially relevant in the
Заметные
areas of
результаты в
defense and
России
security.
в
Russia
платформизации,
is showing good results in the integration of digital platforms in all the areas of our economy. Speaking of e-commerce, we see about a 30% growth a year in this field. Our country is one of the global leaders in this area. This shows the quality of Russia's digital platforms that bring benefits to the Russian producers and foreign suppliers as well. Today, I mentioned our friends and partners from the Republic of Uzbekistan. I will give you an example. The volume of trade in Uzbekistani goods using the Wildberries platform alone in 2023 amounted to $418 million. That was in 2023. In 2025, it amounted to almost $1.5 billion, potentially reaching more than $2 billion this year. What does this mean? The producers of various kinds of goods, including small and medium-sized enterprises and producers, use this platform to access the Russian market. And more than just the Russian market, they have access to other markets as well. And the volumes keep growing. And the people work more efficiently and make more money. Small and medium-sized enterprises are developing. And at the same time, this happens using modern logistics, modern systems of taxation and fee payment, and we can only welcome such solutions. The volume has already grown by 3.5 times and continues to rise, thanks to access to all the consumers on the Eurasian economic space, and access to the partner countries, for example, in the dynamic African continent. This is also what we see using our platforms. Today, this Russian platform opens opportunities for businesses to reach more than 500 million potential customers across the world, and the numbers keep growing. Therefore, Russian digital platforms become a true driver for developing our partners' economies. The introduction of platforms in Russia involves trade, transportation, finance, logistics, tourism, as well as healthcare, education, media, and other spheres. We must build up work in this area and continue integrating digital platforms using artificial intelligence and autonomous systems. We have adopted a national AI development strategy. I will ask the government to prepare similar national strategies for the development of autonomous systems and digital platforms. At the Future Technologies Forum, which will take place in the beginning of next year, I suggest discussing the development of ecosystems of digital platforms in the economy. I will ask the relevant interministerial work group under the presidential administration to support the preparation for this forum. The second point I would like to make. Today and in the future, the sovereignty of the country is defined by people, their knowledge, their professionalism, their capacity of learning new technologies, creating new advanced goods, services, and entire niches in the market. These professional skills must be well paid. Only in case we ensure high quality of living and high salaries, our country shall be competitive and successful from the demographic standpoint, with our strong professionals who are ensured of their professional future and their careers. Russia has one of the lowest unemployment rates among all the industrially developed countries. It currently stands at about 2.2% of the economically active population. This is a very good figure compared to other developed states. To compare, I could say that Japan is close to us with 2.5% unemployment rate, India with 4.2%, the United States at 4.2%, and the Eurozone at 5.9% of unemployment. Over the past 5 years, salaries in the Russian economy have grown in real terms by more than 30%. I am talking about real terms, minus inflation. The rates are definitely high. Let me underline that further stable growth of salaries shall be linked primarily with increased productivity, as well as efficient organization of production based on modern technological solutions and our strong school of engineering. There is another matter related to labor mobility, when specialists can find more advanced and highly paid jobs at a new enterprise in a different region of the country, where professionals are more demanded and where they may new industries from the strategic areas that create goods with high added value. We know that young people are the most mobile ones, those who have just graduated or are about to graduate from universities and schools. In order to ensure their professional start in the career, we agreed to legalize and create a legal framework for internships, defining the obligations of the employers and labor guarantees for the employees. We also agreed to modernize the student contract and to adapt it to modern conditions. I know that amendments to the labor code have been prepared. I will ask the government and the State Duma to accelerate their adoption. Third point, it is obvious that sovereignty of a country large as Russia is not just defined by the capital or a few major industrial centers. Each region must attract investments, create high-quality jobs, develop their industries and their urban environments. Our platform shows different exhibition stands where the regions of the Russian Federation show their benefits, their successes and their future plans. They organize talks with investors, with companies wishing to reach their markets. I'm sure that the members of our panel's discussions and the guests have already seen the diversity of the Russian regions, had an opportunity to take a look at the exhibition. As per tradition, during the forum, we take stock of the national rating of the investment climate in various regions of Russia. The first place this year was given to Moscow, the republics of Tatarstan and Bashkortostan, the regions of Nizhny Novgorod and Moscow. For the first time, St. Petersburg and the region of Sakhalin were among the top regions in investment climate. The regions showing the best dynamics are the Antimansy and Yamal-Nenetsk autonomous regions, the regions of Omsk, Vladimir, Volgograd, as well as Krasnodar and Primorye. I congratulate our colleagues on achieving such good results. We shall continue providing the necessary financial support to the regions, including using the infrastructural budget loans. Over the past 4 years, this tool has been used to allocate over 1 trillion rubles to the regions. Up to 2030, we're expecting to send another 750 billion rubles. At the same time, we cancelled the debts of the regions on budgetary loans. Over the past 2 years, this amounted to almost 440 billion rubles, and this year we will postpone the payment of such debts by over 100 billion rubles. The regions may allocate these funds for development projects. Let me add that starting this year, the national rating of the investment climate takes into account another area. I am talking about the reduction of the investment construction cycle on the cultural heritage side. Old houses, mansions, buildings. The priority is to repair them, to renovate them, make them available for visits by the citizens. This is especially relevant for the cities of central Russia, for our tourist points of attraction, including those on the world-renowned route of the Golden Ring. Let me take note of successful work on cultural heritage sites in the regions of Yaroslavl, Nizhny Novgorod, Lipetsk and Novgorod, as well as the Republic of Tatarstan. I hope that other regions will follow their example. Speaking of the restoration of cultural heritage sites and speaking of development of the regions of our country, it is important to use the capacity of our business partners, major enterprises playing a defining role in the economies of certain regions. A decision has been taken to prepare mechanisms for the involvement of such enterprises in the construction sphere, in the construction of social infrastructure, kindergartens, schools, hospitals and clinics. I will ask them to finish this work in the shortest terms. We have agreed that major state companies and corporations shall move from Moscow to the regions in order to decrease the load on Moscow and give a new push to the development of businesses in the regions, to increase their revenues and to create new jobs. Mr. Sobyanin, this wouldn't hurt Moscow, I believe. We have positive examples of such relocations of major enterprises, like the Roshydro Company and PSB Bank. The United Engine Construction Corporation has also taken similar decisions. The Russian Railroad Company is finalizing such steps, and other railroad construction companies are also considering such decisions. I understand the difficulties related to the relocation of companies, but we need to be more active in such efforts. Furthermore, modern entrepreneurship is not only about business development. This is a truly creative work, which creates a more comfortable urban environment and entire new cities which are comfortable and attractive for life. We have such examples. I believe it is important to support initiatives of private investors, to give them more creative freedom, using new economic and constructive solutions, to connect high-tech investments, tourism, culture, creative solutions and local identity as part of the special legal regime. We also need to consider the possibility of collective investment into urban environment projects. I'm talking about the mechanisms that would allow the citizens to be directly involved in the development of their own region or their village, to invest into the improvement of the places where they live. I asked the government, together with the Institutes of Development and the Strategic Initiative Agency, to establish the legal framework for that. The next point, a strong sovereign dynamic economy means more private initiatives. It is the entrepreneurs and companies who establish new market niches, produce new goods and services and stimulate employment. To ensure high business activity, we need predictability and stability of the investment climate. Business shall clearly understand the taxation system, the tariffs, the regulations, the measures and mechanisms of support by the state. In general, they must understand the working conditions for years to come. We have already fine-tuned the taxation system, and we have created the system of supporting investments at the federal and regional level. We cooperate with the business community, and we have prepared a national model of target conditions for doing business. I'm talking about specific steps to simplify registration of companies and for filing financial and taxation reports. We shall continue such work, making it more comfortable to connect companies to the infrastructure, to improve the efficiency of law application and so on. Let me emphasize that the national model must bring tangible results for businesses and for entrepreneurs. I will say a couple of words about the systemic work with small and medium-sized enterprises. We have done a lot to make sure that the young entrepreneurs can easily start a new business, start their production and provide highly demanded services for the population. As businesses grow and develop, sometimes there are certain organizational difficulties and additional financial burdens, and not every entrepreneur is ready to deal with them. We must minimize such costs and ensure seamless transition of businesses to the higher category, including using ready-made digital solutions and individual support and assistance. I ask the government, together with the Web Bank and with the business communities, to prepare a concept for a smooth transition for growing businesses, which would encompass all the stages from self-employment to individual entrepreneurship and then to an enterprise with all the boons of corporate management. And we must take into account the transition of the economy to greater use of digital platforms. Let me point out the following. This topic has been in the center of discussions, as I know. Starting from this year, the revenue threshold for the application of simplified taxation system has been reduced. It currently sits at 20 million rubles, going down next year to 15 million rubles and down to 10 million in another year. We have discussed this issue with the business community in great detail, as well as with the chair of the government of the Russian Federation. I believe it is possible to postpone the further reductions of the threshold of revenue. I knew that there would be a vivid reaction to these words from the audience. We must keep this at the current level. I will not give the specific timelines, but the further the better. I ask the government, together with the members of the State Duma, to take the necessary amendments. And together with the representatives of business communities, I suggest thinking about more preferential and comfortable rates and conditions for small and medium-sized enterprises in the production areas. I think this would have a positive effect on establishing a more fair and competitive business environment. This task of the so-called whitening of our economy has been set forward, and we will advance in finding a solution. And the next point, a strong and sovereign country cannot be closed off or isolated. Life has proven that we must produce critically important produce and goods. We must reinforce the infrastructure that has the highest importance for state security, for entrepreneurs, and for improving the quality of life. At the same time, we must build up links with our foreign partners, establish cooperation, advance trans-border projects. We shall continue carrying out our plans to expand our automobile roads and railroads. Using Russian technologies, we shall develop the network of high-speed railroads. We already have the pilot project, the Moscow-St. Petersburg Railroad. We shall also expand the capacity of seaports and the Trans-Arctic transportation corridor as a global artery. We shall develop the Russian trade and ice-breaking fleet, build tankers and other vessels of different classes. Our goal is to become one of the top 10 countries in the deadweight of our trade fleet. I ask the government, the Transportation Ministry, to continue working to increase the attractiveness of our national trade flag. Our own logistical and industrial, technological and financial resources and the predictable environment for business and professional development are great competitive advantages in the global market. These are the preconditions for successful work with the countries and the investors interested in cooperation and partnership, with those who want to build up mutually beneficial alliances with us, those who want to invest into Russia, into joint businesses, and invite our Russian companies for cooperation. I am sure that the organization of events such as the St. Petersburg Economic Forum shall make a great contribution into this major and very important work, allowing all of us to achieve new success, to ensure the flourishing of our countries and people. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, President Sir, for setting the tone and tenor of the conversation that we'll be having. But before we go further, let me invite the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan, Honorable Shavkat Mirziyoyev. Thank you so much, sir. Please.
Dear Vladimir Vladimirovich, esteemed heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to the President of Russian Federation, His Excellency Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin, for this hospitable invitation and all this warm hospitality, and we all feel it here in St. Petersburg. I would also like to welcome Her Excellency, the President of Tanzania, Madam Samia Suluhu Hassan, and His Excellency Mr. Zheng, the Vice President of the People's Republic of China. It is a great honor for me to participate in the St. Petersburg's International Economic Forum, which over the course of its 30-year history has become one of the most prestigious and sought-after platforms for discussing the key matters on the global agenda. I am delighted to be back in St. Petersburg, the cultural capital of Russia, a city with a special history linked to Uzbekistan, spiritual closeness and human destinies. That's the connection we have. During the harsh war years, many Uzbek people participated in the defense of Leningrad, while Tashkent sheltered more than 1.5 million evacuated children, women, and elderly people. The memory remains part of our shared moral fabric, the memory of the victory we share. Dear forum participants, today, right here on the banks of the Neva River, we remember, we recall the past, we reflect on the past, and we're also discussing the future and the new architecture of the global economy. Just now, Vladimir Vladimirovich has brought our attention to that. That's what we feel, that's the new architecture of global economy. There is transformation going through the whole world. Transportation routes are changing, new supply chains are being formed, modern technological platforms are emerging, and artificial intelligence is being deployed all over the industries. Fundamental rethinking, reassessment of energy, food and digital security is taking place. Competition is increasingly evident not only in the struggle for markets and natural resources, but also is shifting into the realm of technology, algorithms, logistics, and infrastructure. Amidst the turbulence in the global economy, states and regions that play a consolidating role, and I'd like to emphasize in particular consolidating role, and they are there to establish a proper area for cooperation, sustainability, and mutual benefit. Uzbekistan for millennia has been the heart of the Great Silk Road. Through Samarkand, through Bukhara and Tashkent, not only goods has been passed through that route, ideas and knowledge, culture and religion traditions also were intermingled. So that's why the openness has never been a choice for us, but a vital necessity and civilization code. Now it is taking a new content. Uzbekistan and Central Asia as a whole are emerging as an independent center for economic growth. Here, the transportation, technological, and demographic frames are there, and that's the future coverage. The crossroads of the main lines of communication between North and South, West and East is taking shape here. To firmly secure this growing trend, we urgently need connectivity of a completely new level. This involves not only linking traditional transport, logistics, and energy corridors, but also integrating digital payment and industrial infrastructure. A strong, consolidated, economically interconnected, open, and sustainable Central Asia would serve the strategic interests of all our partners. Ladies and gentlemen, Russia for Uzbekistan is more than just a regional neighbor. It is our time-tested strategic partner and ally. Today, our relations have entered a new era. Our cooperation has become multi-level, multifaceted. We've progressed from just simple trade in goods and commodities to complex industrial chains, technological alliances, joint engineering, and localized production. According to our statistics, mutual trade turnover has more than Russia, and those are actively involved and are also representing other Russian regions. The value of the interregional projects that they are implementing amount $5 billion with an additional investment package of $5 billion in the pipeline. The cooperation encompasses all key industries, including energy, chemicals, and petrochemicals, mechanical engineering, agriculture, logistics, textile, food industry, and many other sectors. Among these, the joint industrial park in 5 regions of the Republic of Uzbekistan, and that gives strong results for our joint efforts. So the establishment of rail car manufacturing cluster in Tashkent deserves special attention. I'd also like to focus on the energy sector. Through investment projects, including those involving Russian partners, we've increased our electricity production by 1.5 times, from 58 up to 87 billion kilowatt-hours. We plan on increasing generation up to 120 billion kilowatts by 2030, 54% of which will come from renewable energy sources. Our capacity will also be enhanced with the commissioning of the first hybrid nuclear power plant in Uzbekistan, with the great involvement of Russian Federation. Well, yesterday you were witnessing, we participated together with His Excellency Mr. Vladimir Putin. We've attended the first concrete pouring ceremony for the construction of the first nuclear power plant. For us, it's a long-term development project. We also develop our new school of engineering. We adopt advanced technologies. We also intend to collaborate in other areas of the peaceful use of atomic energy, such as medicine, agriculture, industry, and science. Dear friends, under current conditions and circumstances, technological and industrial cooperation between Uzbekistan and Russia should not be confined to bilateral level only. We are focusing on broader areas of cooperation, spanning industrial potential, resources, markets, and expertise. Therefore, we are initiating the formation of a Eurasian technological industrialization belt. This is an interconnected system of industrial and technological clusters united by a single digital platform for industrial cooperation. We're talking about creating full-cycle chains from technology development and personnel training to the localization of industrial manufacturing and entering into foreign markets. We propose implementing this initiative on the basis of the already proven platform INNOPROM Central Asia. And I'd like to emphasize here that within this period of time, within these years, we were able to gain great experience of joint efforts. It is held annually in Tashkent. This approach will enable businesses to find partners directly and establish mutually beneficial relationships. Ladies and gentlemen, well, indeed, digitalization is a promising area of cooperation. There is no doubt in that, as it is becoming a new language of economy. While infrastructure used to mean roads, pipelines, and power lines, today it primarily entails digital platforms. They form an entire ecosystem comprising jobs, logistics, payment services, and new export opportunities. Uzbek businesses are actively developing digital solutions and are open to technological partnership with a wide range of countries. For instance, our sales volume has increased 3.5 times over the last few years through Russian marketplaces, and Mr. Putin has mentioned that as well in his welcoming remarks in his address, and I'd like to emphasize that as well. And digital services reaching over $1.5 billion, that's quite a strong result, I think, and it's a great perspective for our future cooperation. To deepen our cooperation, we propose creating a joint digital ecosystem. This could initially include aligning regulations for digital trade and urban services, further promoting Uzbek and Russian brands on mutual platforms, establishing a unified digital employment profile, and developing artificial intelligence-based products. This will open up new markets for businesses and will provide our nationals, our citizens, with additional income opportunities. At the same time, in the pursuit of digitalization, it is important to keep in mind that ultimately the individual human being is at the core of all transformations. Today, Uzbekistan is one of the youngest countries in the world, with more than half of its population being young people. That's not just a statistics. It is the source, the energy for development. It sparks new demand. It is our future. Our task today is not merely to provide young people with modern knowledge, equip them with that. It is also crucial to create an environment, conditions for them, where young people can master advanced skills and realize their potential. Cooperation in education and professional training plays a special role here. Uzbekistan is home to 32 branches of foreign universities. I'd like to repeat this figure. It is important. Together with Vladimir Vladimirovich, we worked together, and there was great support on behalf of Mr. Putin. Out of 32 branches of foreign universities, 15 are from Russian Federation. That's the largest network of Russian universities abroad. At the same time, vocational education is of a great importance, especially with an emphasis on implementing practice-oriented training programs. We already have some successful examples, such as launching of the first joint engineering schools in Almalyk and Tashkent. Online learning services could be an efficient mechanism for cooperation in this area, as they would enable young people, even in the most remote regions, to acquire the necessary knowledge. That would fundamentally change the labor mobility model and elevate its organization to a qualitatively new level. So in that regard, we propose creating a joint online platform for human capital development. The platform will link education, professional training, and the labor market. The system could integrate educational programs, language and IT courses, support for young entrepreneurs, and access to employers. For the youth, it will be a clear pathway into new economy. For businesses, it will be a great access to a pool of trained specialists. For universities and colleges, well, they will benefit from connection to real market demand. For Uzbekistan and Russia, it represents a long-term, and that's the most important thing, investment in our most valuable asset, our people. And if Vladimir Vladimirovich would support me on that, we will task our respective ministries to launch such a platform without any delay. Vladimir Vladimirovich, can we do that? And I would like to highlight tourism as a separate humanitarian foundation for our partnership. This industry is best suited to foster the economy of trust. When people come to Uzbekistan, they experience not only monuments and cities, but also the culture, hospitality, the business environment, and business opportunities. In 2025, we hosted nearly 1 million Russian visitors, and we are ready to welcome even more this year. To this end, we are developing our tourism infrastructures, and not only that, but also creative economy. By 2030, creative economy will account for 5% of our GDP. Thereby, it will become one of the key drivers of economic growth. In order to strengthen cultural and humanitarian dimension of our cooperation, we propose launching the project named From Samarkand to St. Petersburg, and that will be Creative Tourism Corridor. This initiative involves organizing joint art and film festivals, museum exhibitions, culinary weeks, and musical events. Yesterday, Uzbekistan's cultural and artistic projects were launched at the Mariinsky Theater and the State Hermitage Museum. Dear participants of the forum, the year 2026 holds special significance for our country. We are approaching a landmark milestone in our systemic reforms. A decade ago, we embarked on the construction of a new Uzbekistan based on openness, inclusivity and pragmatism. Over these years, we've established a strong foundation for long-term growth, including a favorable business environment, a stable industrial base, and new infrastructure. Our economy has grown. In 2016, our economy was only $50 billion. Now, within this period of time, up to the end of 2025, it has increased up to $147 billion, and we forecast growth of over 8% this year. During the period of reforms, we've attracted more than $150 billion in foreign investment and launched thousands of modern enterprises. Export of commodities and services have almost tripled. Even right now, amid global instability, Uzbekistan continues to demonstrate sustained growth. Our economy is becoming more diversified. The domestic market is expanding, and the demand is growing for modern technologies, infrastructure, and high-quality jobs. One of Uzbekistan's key strengths is its young, vibrant, and rapidly growing population. This provides a long-term foundation for the development of entrepreneurship, technology, services, and industry. However, demographics alone do not guarantee success. This potential must be transformed into a powerful and intellectual resource, manifesting as competencies, productivity, and the capacity to create high value-added products and technologies. Since the beginning of our reforms, we've been committed to integrating market efficiency and social responsibility. This is the defining feature of the Uzbek model of economic development. The growth must be not only just rapid, it must also be sustainable, inclusive, and focused on improving people's quality of life. Over the last 5 years alone, the populational aggregate income has increased 2.5 times fold. Our main criteria criteria are the high quality of life, human dignity, and unlocking the potential of every human being, every individual. The Uzbekistan 2030 development strategy is designed to achieve this very goal. Our aim is to raise the population's income to above average levels by this date, transition of all sectors to a technological and innovative growth model, and increase the size of the economy by another 1.5 times to over $240 billion. Dear foreign participants, we are consistently creating all necessary conditions for global investments here in Uzbekistan. We are establishing a favorable business climate, improving market institutions, and increasing the level of competition and production potential. We invite present here investors to create new industrial value chains with the high value-added values. Our priorities are the deep localization of competences, production, and R&D, as well as the development of modern engineering and new export avenues. This is particularly important in the sectors where the new economy is taking shape today: industrial processing, agri-tech, biochemistry, robotics, digital solutions, artificial intelligence, and infrastructure projects. We see great potential for cooperation through public-private partnerships in the various sectors, including energy, aviation, education, and geology, and many other areas. We offer interested partners not only the access to growing domestic market, but also the access to neighboring countries and regions. Dear friends, Uzbekistan is a reliable and predictable country for the global business community. The trend of our economy towards the highest level of openness is objectively confirmed by leading rating agencies. This year alone, our country has risen another 14 places in the Index of Economic Freedom. In recent years, we've placed $16 billion worth of sovereign and corporate bonds on international markets. Last month, the London Stock Exchange hosted the initial public offering of shares of the National Investment Fund of Uzbekistan that consolidates the assets of our major state-owned companies. In order to further develop the capital market and create a sustainable financial and investment platform that operates according to the best standards, we've started to set up the Tashkent International Financial Center. The center's special legal and tax regime will provide investors with convenient tools and reliable guarantees for conducting business. Taking this opportunity, I would like to invite all of you to the Tashkent International Investment Forum, which will be held on June 16 through June 18, and that will provide an opportunity to gain first-hand experience of the opportunities and prospects of new Uzbekistan. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this year's forum, the motto of that, is quite symbolic. It's pragmatic dialogue, the path to a stable future. Indeed, open and respectful dialogue has become the main prerequisite for sustainable development today. The new opportunities arise where there is trust, a willingness to cooperate, and a commitment to finding solutions together. The partnership between Uzbekistan and Russia is a prime example of this kind of interaction. I'd like to once again express my deepest gratitude to His Excellency Mr. Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin, the President of the Russian Federation, for the invitation to this major international forum and the opportunity to present the development priorities of New Uzbekistan. In conclusion, I wish all the participants productive work and meaningful exchange of views. Thank you for your attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan. I'd now like to invite the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Honorable Samia Suluhu Hassan. Madam President, the floor is yours.
Your Excellency, Vladimir Putin, President of the Russian Federation, and our gracious host, Your Excellency Shavkat Mirziyoyev, President of the Republic of Uzbekistan, Your Excellency Han Zheng, Vice President of the People's Republic of China, honorable ministers and heads of delegations, distinguished captains of the industry, scholars and friends of Africa, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, permit me to convey warm greetings from the fraternal people of the United Republic of Tanzania, greetings from the snow of Mount Kilimanjaro, the highest freestanding mountain in the world. Thank you. Greetings from the great plains of the Serengeti, where the wildebeest migration writes one of nature's oldest and most magnificent stories, and greetings from the Spice Island of Zanzibar. It is a profound honor to stand before you, before this distinguished plenary, a stage that for over 29 editions have become one of the world's most significant platforms for candid economic conversations. I sincerely reiterate my profound appreciation to our host, His Excellency President Putin, and the people of the Russian Federation for the warm hospitality extended to me and my delegation since our arrival in this magnificent country. Excellencies, as you may be aware, Tanzania and Russia share a long-standing partnership that spanned more than 6 decades. In December this year, our two countries will commemorate 65 years of diplomatic relations. Certainly, we do not take this milestone for granted. We treat it as an enduring testament of strong commitment to a mutually beneficial partnership that seeks to uplift the lives of our people. Excellencies, Tanzania is one of the fastest growing economies in Africa. Our economic growth currently stands at 6% and projected to expand to 6.3% by the end of this year. The goal is to attain an upper middle income economy status with a per capita income of around 7,000 United States dollar, in line with the Tanzania Vision 2050. In order to achieve this goal, we are building 3 pillars at once. We are prioritizing construction of transport infrastructure, including the Standard Gauge Railway, with plans to connect the Dar es Salaam port to the land-linked countries of Rwanda, Burundi, and the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. On the same note, the 5-year development plan, 2026-2031, outlines plan to extend the railway networks connecting Tanga port at the north of Tanzania to Musoma port in the Lake Victoria, and this is to facilitate transportation facilities in Lake Victoria to the neighboring countries. The Southern Corridor Railway, which is going to connect Tanzania to Malawi and Mozambique, is another railway project. We have successfully completed the construction of the Julius Nyerere hydropower project, which has added more than 2,000 megawatts to our national grids, planned to generate 8,000 megawatts by 2030 and 70,000 megawatts by 2050 are underway. On the other hand, we joined hands with Uganda in implementing the East African oil pipeline that will transport crude oil through our territories to global markets. Similarly, we are expanding the soft infrastructure by increasing the broadband coverage to more than 95%, also building the building of more data centers, and extending cross-border fiber as part of our national ICT broadband project. This project stretches beyond our borders and connects to the neighboring countries of Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, Zambia, Mozambique, and Malawi, positioning Tanzania as a regional digital hub for landlinked countries. Excellencies, allow me now to narrate a thought that I believe deserves a place in this forum. By 2050, 1 in 4 human beings in this planet will be African. Africa will be the only continent on Earth still adding workers to the global labor force on a large scale. Africa will host 9 of the world's 20 fastest growing economies. Africa's middle class will exceed 1 billion people, and the African Continental Free Trade Area, when fully operational, will constitute the largest single market in the world by population. This is not just a forecast, but an arithmetic. Africa is destined to grow. The question, however, is on what terms, with which partners, and whose model of growth. Africa somehow has chartered, thank you. Africa somehow has chartered its own development model. It is clearly articulated in the African Union's Agenda 2063, operationalized through the African Continental Free Trade Area, the Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa, and the development plans in our regional blocs. To date, talking of our bilateral relation between Tanzania and Russia, to date, relations between our investment authorities, the Russia's Roscongress, and the Tanzania Investment Authority have been formalized through signing a memorandum of understanding which will open a new bridge of business to Tanzania. Concrete steps have been taken to review our laws and regulations for purposes of creating favorable investment environment and henceforth attracting more capital investment. In 2025, we created a one-stop center for all investors coming to Tanzania. New companies can now register online within 24 hours. And this has transformed Tanzania into the fastest growing investment destination in Africa, receiving around 12 billion worth of foreign direct investment in 2025 compared to merely 3 billion in 2021. We are proud to say Russia enterprises have contributed to this growth trajectory. Our trade has equally remained steady at around $4 million annually. Tanzania is challenged to export more to Russia, and Russia is exporting more to Tanzania. Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, allow me to mention 5 main projects which we are here to seek partnership from international business community. First, we are delighted to inform you that Tanzania is embarking in one of the most ambitious port infrastructure development encompassing special economic zone. And this is being done just 40 kilometers north of our commercial city, Dar es Salaam. We are turning a small historic trade vicinity into a global hub of commerce, manufacturing, and maritime sector development. The Bagamoyo Special Economic Zone is our #1 flagship project, of which we welcome international enterprises to partner with us. Moreover, we are developing a complex Mangapwani transshipment port in our beautiful island of Zanzibar. The visibility studies for both ports are ready, and we are eagerly encouraging partners to join us in investments. Second, on mining and mineral beneficiation, we have endeavored to ensure that the existing wealth of gold, uranium, nickel, graphite, helium, niobium, and other rare earth elements bring us massive economic returns. Our national policy is clear. We intend to move steadily from being a producer of raw materials to a producer of finished products. We invite partners to invest with us in industrial parks that will give a real meaning of mining beneficiation. Third is on tourism. Tanzania is one of the world-renowned tourist destinations. Our remarkable hospitality industry continues to dominate the global tourism platforms. Last year, for the second time, the Serengeti National Park won the African Leading National Park at the World Travel Awards held in December 2025. At the same time, Tanzania has also been crowned as Africa's leading destination, and Zanzibar was awarded Africa's best corporate retreat destination. As part of our plan to attract tourists from Russia, we have designated our national carrier, Air Tanzania, the wings of Kilimanjaro, to begin direct flights between Dar es Salaam, Moscow, and Zanzibar. And this is going to begin the first flight is expected to be on the 2nd of July this year. We aim to increase the Russian visitors to Tanzania to 500,000 by the year 2030 and 1 million shortly after. Fourth, as part of efforts to transform the agriculture sector and enhance food security, we have prioritized local fertilizer production to sustain our growing domestic demand. Since Russia is the world's largest exporter of fertilizer, Tanzania highly encourages establishment of the local fertilizer plants geared to serve the country and the region at large. Fifth, on the critical area of energy generation, Tanzania has huge deposits of uranium. Our main target is to use some of it in generating nuclear energy to meet the growing demands, which is expected to reach 8,000 megawatts by 2030 and subsequently 70,000 megawatts by 2050. It is in this context that Tanzania is advancing to nuclear energy as part of our long-term strategy to diversify our energy mix and support sustainable economic growth. To guide this effort, we have developed an ambitious national roadmap for nuclear power development, including the use of small modular reactors in our long-term energy strategy. And here, the Rosatom company of Russia has shown great interest, and we are under discussion with them. In conclusion, Excellencies, it suffices to say that the world is moving faster that necessitates developing countries to keep the pace. We must go where the wind blows. Indeed, this is a time for partnership, clarity, and trust. Above all, it is a time for us to take charge and realize our full potential. In this situation, I dare say that Tanzania is open for business. Tanzania is ready for new ideas and innovation. Tanzania is open for collaborations with international partners. This meeting has been a useful platform for enriching engagement in such endeavors. We are confident that the outcome of this forum will contribute significantly to promoting greater partnership in trading and investment. Your Excellency, President Putin, permit me once again to reiterate my gratitude to you, Your Excellency, for the generous invitation to be part of this important engagement. I also look forward to closer and greater economic collaborations between Tanzania and the Russian Federation, as well as other international enterprises who are ready to work with us. Asante sana, spasiba bolshoi. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the President of Tanzania. Tanzania is open for business. With that, I call upon our next speaker, Honorable Vice President of the People's Republic of China, Honorable Zheng.
尊敬的普京总统，
Esteemed President Vladimir Putin,
尊敬的坦桑尼亚总统，
esteemed President of Uzbekistan, President of Tanzania,
非常高兴和
dear
各位
ladies
朋
and
友安
gentlemen,
涅瓦河畔
it is a great honor for me to take part in the 29th St. Petersburg International Economic
本
Forum.
届论坛呢，
The current forum is held under the slogan, the pragmatic dialogue pathway to a stable future. And this is in line with the efforts of all the countries, especially in the current situations. We are striving for stability, cooperation, and
具有重要
development.
的意义。在自我
This
仅代表
forum
中国政
is
府
most relevant, and taking this opportunity on behalf of the government of the People's Republic of China, I would like to congratulate you on the successful opening of this forum. In the context of global
全球性挑战
transformations,
和治理
we
赤字
see a deficit of global leadership.
去年9月，
In
习
September
近平
last
主
year,
席慎重提出了全球治
President
理倡
Xi
议，
Jinping initiated the Global
奉行
Governance
主权平等
initiative, which is based on 5 major pillars. This is commitment to sovereignty and equality, international law, implementation of multilateral approaches, human centricity, and results
已经
orientedness.
得到了近160
This
多个国
initiative
家和国际组织
was
积极响应。
widely accepted in over 160 countries and international
在
organizations.
联合国成立发
And
起
the Global Friendship
捍卫联合国
Club
宪章宗旨
under
和
the
原
aegis
则，
of the United Nations
维护真
is
正的多边主义，
demonstrating
反
that
对单边主
this
义的
pathway
一致声音。
is a way forward to
中方
the
不仅是
development
全
and
球治理
cooperation.
倡议的
China
首倡
was
者
an initiator
更
of
是
this
以实际行动
principle,
团结各
and
方
with our practical steps,
共同
we
推动
unite
全球治理
parties
体系的
in order
改
to
革
promote
和完善。
reformation of the system of global governance.
女士们、先生们、朋友们，
Ladies and
践
gentlemen,
行
dear
全球治
friends,
理倡议
implementation
需要
of the
的是
initiative
国
on
际
global
社会的
governance
戮力同心，
requires combined efforts of the international
中俄两
community.
国同为世
Being
界
the
主要大
leading
国，
world powers
和
and the
联合国
permanent
安理会的
members
常任理事
of the Security Council, the United
在
Nations,
全球治理体
China
系变
and
革中
Russia have an important
承担着
mission
重要的使
in
命。
transformation of the system of
不久前
global governance.
习近平主席
And upon the
同
results
普京
of the
总统
recent summit
在
in
北京会晤
Beijing, the President Xi Jinping and President Vladimir Putin
和俄罗斯
a
联
joint
邦关于
declaration
倡
was
导
published
世界多极化
about the establishment of the multipolar world and new relations of a new type. And this document reflects the solid commitment and responsibility of both China and Russia as leading players in promoting a more fair and equitable world governance system. China is ready, together with Russia and other countries, to strengthen cooperation within this initiative on global governance, develop peace where openness, tolerance, equitability, fairness, and mutually beneficial cooperation will be governing. And I would like to share with you the following ideas. First of all, we need to promote the principle of equitable cooperation, and we need to stand for world governance principle on a mutual utilization of resources. In the conditions of protectionism, the world community seeks for valuing major principles and multipolarity factors. We need to follow the genuine multipolar principles, participation of all countries in equal decision-taking and equal participation in global governance. And we need to be committed to democratization of world relations, and our voice should be louder in the area of developing countries. And all this for the benefit of reflecting the interests of all countries in global governance. Secondly, we need to protect international justice and the authority of the United Nations. All parties should protect the international system based on international law, world order, and the governing norms of world relations in line with the principles and Charter of the United Nations. And we are against hegemony in all its forms. We need to protect international justice using the international law and norms, and we should counteract double standards. We need to support the authority of the United Nations in the new context, so that this organization should play as a role of the platform for overcoming different challenges for all states. Thirdly, we need to promote a comprehensive development and ensure benefits to all peoples of the world. In order to improve global governance, we need to follow the following goal. It is improving the welfare and wealth of the population, and the sustainable development of the United Nations up to 2030 should be expanded, and we need to promote prosperity of all the countries. China will continue to be open in its external relations, and high-quality development of China will ensure opportunities for the world. China, as a hosting country for the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Organization, is ready to contribute to promotion of the Asia-Pacific region and the whole world. The fourth principle, it is strengthening coordination of actions and providing more tangible results. China has been committed to the Belt and Way Initiative development and takes an active role in the SCO, BRICS and other integration associations. And we promote the international cooperation in such areas as artificial intelligence, climate change. China is also a co-founder of the International Organization on Mediation, together with over 30 states. It is necessary to coordinate international actions with an emphasis on bringing together strategic objectives and political coordination of different countries also under the international state in order to form a very powerful force to counteract world challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, this year is the first year of the 15th five-year plan in China, which includes the huge plans of China development for the coming 5 years, and also it opens up horizons which are mutually beneficial for China's cooperation with all countries of the world. China is ready to implement the initiative on global governance and also to strengthen the more rational global governance system, and hand in hand to open up a new bright future for the whole mankind. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. That's the Vice President of the People's Republic of China. Excuse me. We're now going to open up the Q&A session, and we begin with what this room looks like. 130 countries, representation from not just the global south. We're looking at America for the first time being represented in this room. Yes, Rodney Mimcook Jr. right there in front of me. This is also a year where Saudi Arabia is the guest of honor, and so we have the Minister of Energy of Saudi Arabia sitting right there. So, Honorable President Putin, my question to you is, with 130 countries being represented in this room, when the world talks about economic isolation of Russia, does this look like isolation? And pardon me for being a little forward when it comes to thoughts and opinions. Is it Russia that is isolated, or is it partly Europe today that stands isolated?
Well, you have given me a hint what I should include into my answer. Thank you for this. I assure you, it is absolutely obvious because this isolation has never taken place. The initiator of this isolation was the previous administration of the United States. Everybody is aware of this. And then European satellites followed those efforts. And currently, they're even more successful than the U.S. administration. But initially, it didn't exist. And thanks to cooperation with some partners, including in the United States, we were not isolated. All right. Here, we have representatives of one energy company, and the previous U.S. administration was trying to fight our LNG project. But as soon as this project began functioning, the first LNG was sent to the United States. Then uranium, yes, we are delivering uranium to the American market. And the first country, in terms of the volume, yeah, it is an American company. Then there's an international company with participation of the European and American capital. And the third one, in terms of volume, is a Russian one until now. All right, so everything is functioning.
So Americans are pragmatic, and we have to use them as an example. So whenever it benefits them, things went on. We still keep energy projects going in the Russian Far East with certain countries that formally, officially have announced their withdrawal and yet they still remain in these projects, they keep progressing, and I'm not even talking about our friends, and not just friends. I would like to highlight that. Our reliable partners, I refer to African countries, I refer to countries of Asia, India, naturally. India, which has never followed any diktat from abroad, or the People's Republic of China, whose sovereignty and sovereign decision-making can never be contested. And as far as organizations, international ones are concerned, we have been working, and we have been working with our partners and historical neighbors, so everything keeps going, progressing. There is not much damage to us, and as you've pointed out, we see official representatives from the United States of America. I know there are representatives of Europe, and this is something we welcome. We have never isolated ourselves from anyone, and if the situation has changed in a way that we've got people from these countries, this is something we can only rejoice in, welcome.
I promised to stick to the economic questions, but being a journalist, I have to ask you this. The Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky wrote an open letter, and he's not just offered direct talks, in the same breath he's also directly threatened you and has called this your war. I'd like to quote him, if I may. He says, "Our long-range drone paid a visit to your forum in St. Petersburg, covering a distance of more than 1,000 kilometers. He says, this war is your personal choice, a war without a real cause. We hear you are comfortable with the war, not in those cases when it comes to security of your residence in Valdai or your parade in Moscow. Your own life is valuable to you." He adds, "You will have to fight much harder for your own existence, not Russia, but your own." He has proposed to set a clear date for a meeting between you and him. Your first reaction, sir?
Well, as for my residence or parade, this is not my personal business. Besides, they had provided some information beforehand, and they said, "We knew you wouldn't be at the residence." The question is why they did that in the first place. My press secretary is its spokesperson. Mr. Peskov showed this letter to me yesterday. We had a working lunch with the president of Uzbekistan. Truly, I didn't have a chance to look in detail. Peskov has told me about this letter once again this morning. I had a glance at it, skimmed it over. So there are several things I paid attention to. First, the author of this letter mentions my age. What can I tell? Well, everyone needs to think about their age. But I believe that at my age, many other political figures still keep performing their functions. Some of them are older than myself. Age is not the most important thing. Well, age is important, but not the most important. The most important thing is whether you are capable of functioning properly, doing your job properly. So there are my colleagues who are older and who still are very energetic. Whether they are doing the right choices or not, well, that is not for me to say. It's a political assessment. But then she said about staying in power and in an elected position. This is important, no doubt about that. But you know, you've got to participate in an election, you've got to run and be courageous enough and always stick to the Constitution, because if you cling on to power outside the constitutional field, this is qualified as usurpation of power, and that is a criminal offense. So one should not be afraid afraid. One should run for office, and this is something I would recommend to anyone, especially because Ukraine was saying that they were going to hold elections, and then they started, they kept silent all of a sudden. The author of this letter says that the commitments achieved in Anchorage should not be observed. Moreover, he said that the search should be carried out for true guarantors of agreements between Ukraine and Russia, and they should be searched for in Europe. Well, reliable guarantors are always a welcome thing. But why would they deny the American administration this honor, and President Trump in particular? I don't quite understand. They do want to get weapons from the U.S. However, they do not want to see the administration of the U.S. or President Trump as a guarantor. And this raises questions. We saw Donald, instructing, scolding the author of the letter. He pointed out about the way he dresses. Sometimes, asking for blood is probably something you can do, but not everywhere. It's not always proper. Now, as for the manners, as it were, on the whole, I would like to thank Donald for this work. It's useful, but there are other things that still need to be done. This has to be continued. And now, on to the most important thing. The Ukrainian side has deemed it possible to give a public, open dimension to our relations. They thought it proper to put it into the public field, which I do not think right, absolutely right. I think it's absolutely improper, but still, it gives me the right to say several things that few people are aware of, or maybe no one is aware of. And this is serious. I'm not being ironic. 3 weeks ago, a representative of our business circles gave me a call, and he asked me a question. He said, "Mr. President, I've known this person for quite some time. We're not close, but I trust him. He is an honest person." He said, "Mr. President, I'm being invited to Kiev." I said, "Very well. Go ahead. What am I to do with that? But I wanted to inform you because I think they're going to talk about things related to the relations between our two countries." I said, "I can't send you as an envoy, as an official capacity, because only well-trained people from the Foreign Ministry, from the Defense Ministry, from Special Services have to be doing that, as it was the case during our talks in Istanbul. Unfortunately, I cannot give you any official capacity." He said, "I just wanted to inform you. I would go there, listen, and then I can tell you what they are going to talk about. I can't, prohibit you," I said. And he went to Kiev, and he met there with the author of this letter, the aforementioned letter, at his residence. Not in Valdai. Then he got back. I met him. There were many things, but the essential is as follows. Mr. Zelensky has asked for a meeting. I said, I never refused to meet. But meeting, just for the sake of meeting, well, I've seen that. There's a reference to the Minsk agreements, I think. But we had been forging, hammering out those Minsk agreements throughout the night. And then the former leaders of France and Germany later stated that it had been nothing but an empty shell of an agreement. All the Minsk agreements were about one thing, that is saving more time for the rearmament of Ukraine. Why would we need anything like this once again? I said, I see no point in meeting. There's only point for Ukraine because they want to stop the offensive of the armed forces of Russia. What we need is agreements, arrangements, not for 6 months or a year, but for the long term. First, let experts work something out, and then we can meet to sign things. But first, we need to arrive at a solution. And that is the crux of the matter. And I think the audience will understand what I'm saying, especially people from Russia. I think it was on May the 21st, whereas on May the 22nd, the Ukrainian armed forces carried out an atrocious terrorist attack against the college dormitory in the Lugansk People's Republic, killing teenagers. This is an atrocious crime. There was not a single military facility there. There was not a single military vehicle stationed next. The next morning, I gave a call to this colleague who had traveled to Kiev. I asked him, what does it mean? They are asking for a meeting, and they carry out such atrocious, blatant attacks as the killing of children. What does it mean? He said, I've got no explanation. They're calling me once again. I'm going to talk to them, and then I'll get back to you. And I'm not going to talk to them anymore. I said, very well. So this letter that you mentioned, indeed, it is rude. What is this letter about? Is it a means to create an environment for a personal meeting, or maybe is this letter meant to make sure that no personal meetings can take place at all? I think it's the second. So we shouldn't be addressing the authors of this letter. The ones to be addressed are our combatants, our soldiers at the line of contact, and I'm addressing them. And I would like to tell them, comrades, soldiers, and seamen and sailors, admirals, generals, officers, the country's gazes are fixed upon you. The country is proud of you and places its hopes on you. Keep working, brothers.
So I'll take that as a no, that you're not going to meet the author of the letter.
So far, I see no point.
Because you mentioned the American president, is Trump your window to once and for all settle the Russia-Ukraine question? I ask you this, President Putin, is because President Trump is maybe the only American president who's engaging Ukraine in a way to bring them to the talking table, to strike a deal. He put President Zelensky on notice. If it were Biden or Obama, this would not have been offered at all. Is he the window?
Well, I said that back in Anchorage, and I was sincere. I said back then that had Trump been president, had he not been defrauded of the election, because, you know, this vote by mail was absolutely not in line with any standards of ensuring fair elections, but he was prevented from winning. Had he been president, however, it would not have happened. Probably he would have paid more attention to finding a peaceful solution. During the last days of President Biden's in office, I spoke to him on the phone. I called him and I said that to him. But the administration back then ignored our proposals that had been made in December 2021. Well, what can I say? Maybe if President Trump had been in power, in office, it would have turned out differently. But I treat him as a colleague, I treat him with respect. And so far as I can see, the current attitude of the administration is very much the same. We also have a personal relationship with President Trump, which is based on that respect. But certainly, key issues have to be resolved bilaterally by Russia and Ukraine, whereas our colleagues in the US and other regions of the world can create an environment and act as guarantors, and this is our assumption.
President Putin, we are sitting and discussing this at SPIEF 2026. How do you really offer a stable economic future and invite investors to Russia when we're looking at critical infrastructure being actively targeted by Ukraine?
Those attacks on critical infrastructure clearly do not bring any good. More than that, they do impose certain damage. However, when investors take their investment decisions, they always accumulate the whole accumulation of risks and their complexity. I had a meeting with the leading media outlets yesterday, and we were all saying that we need to contribute to strengthening of our own security, our protection. We need to build up our air defense systems, and we're determined to do so. However, big businesses always play in the long run. And most importantly, first and foremost, businesses are guided by their perception of the economy that they choose to invest into. We've been discussing what is happening in the Russian economy. And we recognize that we observe a reduction of the GDP growth. However, all of that is happening in a very conscious manner. Those are conscious steps we undertake to strengthen the foundation, the health of the Russian economy. The key macroeconomic indicators were intentionally pursuing the cooling down of the Russian economy. And I can assure you today that neither tomorrow nor in the nearest future there aren't any threats that we recognize. On the contrary, we do see that our actions bring certain results, and I know that there are many colleagues seated in this hall representing real sector of the economy. We are having regular meetings with them. We discuss all the questions, all the issues, and the call that I'd like to make to the Russian audience that may be somewhat tricky for foreigners to understand, that saying, oh, it's so bad, what's happening to the key policy rate, it's difficult for investment processes. Yeah, we could say that partially that's the case, but most importantly, and that is what truly matters, the key fundamentals of the Russian economy remain solid, which gives us reason to believe that Russia remains attractive for investments, not just Russian investments, but also foreign direct investments. And we do recognize that there is interest, we see it, and certainly we are going to welcome our partners.
Okay, you're saying that, but in your speech you have set ambitious goal, launching new investment cycle, but you yourself said that there has been a decline of 2.3% last year. How do you then propose to grow in an environment of wars, sanctions, frozen assets? And while you talk about sovereignty, how do you balance that with inviting foreigners here to Russia?
Look, you were saying wars, sanctions, but the economy is still developing. It's all stable. Even the domestic market is growing in Russia, and the well-being of the Russian population is getting better. We set ourselves an objective, as I was saying it yesterday. Only by 2030, we want to reduce the poverty level down to 7%. Actually, we have achieved the level of 6.7% already now in 2026. We achieved it even sooner than expected. As I mentioned earlier, the key macroeconomic fundamentals are stable for the Russian economy. That is why, despite all the obstacles, and true, there are always many obstacles, the fundamentals of the well-being of the Russian economy remain stable and have good prospects for further development. Any business, any company is always carefully analyzing all the risks for today and for some midterm and further away future. But there are people who are willing to work and do business, of course, having analyzed all the complexity of risks, but certainly, sooner or later, we'll see those risks eliminated. As for military actions, we proceed from the perception that at some point they will be completed, and they will be completed only once the goals we have set ourselves are achieved. As for sanctions, well, I would say sanctions are much more harmful for those who impose them. Is there damage from sanctions? Yes. 300 billion were frozen, but now we have more than 500 billion in US dollar equivalent. 300 billion US dollar were frozen, now we have more than 500 billion. That's the result of sanctions. Is damage being imposed? Yes. But are the countries imposing these sanctions encountering some damage as well? Certainly. According to various valuations, from 1.5 up to 2.5 trillion euro are the losses incurred by the European zone. That's the damage from the sanctions they imposed against Russia. And right now, certain kind of revaluation is happening, certain revision, and as a result, many come to conclude that maybe it's better to get back to the path of partnership with Russia. We are going to monitor the situation very carefully, and if those partners who left Russian market 2-3 years ago haven't left too much of a bad aftertaste, we would be ready to welcome them back. And there are interested parties who are willing to come back. But certainly we would proceed and act in the interest of Russian businesses first and foremost.
We'll come back to your goals on Ukraine, but I'll have to ask you this, Madam President. Amid sanctions, you are wanting to do and increase business with Russia. How are you going to circumvent or bypass the sanctions?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. And I must say that I've been envying my panel members using their national languages, and I would like to use this opportunity to do the same. So I'll switch from English to Swahili. Yeah.
You have asked a question about sanctions and how we can circumvent through. I want to assure you that Tanzania is not under sanctions.
Kufanya maendeleo ya nchi yetu, lakini hatuko kwenye sanction.
Okay. Coming back to the sanctions experience, President Putin, you spoke about goals. In the sanctions that we are seeing and that have been imposed on Russia, there's certainly some room for a deal to be struck with Ukraine. What is that goal that Russia wants to achieve before a deal is struck? And what are the red lines here?
You know, I guess in summer 2024, at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation, I was delivering my speech and I expressed all the goals very clearly. Basically, it was at the beginning of the special military operation. I guess it would take a lot of time, but very briefly, I would answer your question in the following manner. According to the UN Charter, every country has a right to self-definition. And after the military, the state coup that happened in Ukraine, we saw that certain territories of Ukraine declared that they do not support and favor this coup and declared their national sovereignty. And they've done so in full accordance with the international law and the UN Charter. We've been trying to get those issues resolved by peaceful means. So we talked about the Minsk Accords. In Minsk, in the capital of Belarus, we seem to have achieved an agreement on how to find a way out of the situation in the southeast of Ukraine. But later it turned out that the participants from the other side were only signing those papers in order to win time to rearm Ukraine and start military actions. And this is exactly how it played out. Later on, those territories declared their independence. And I'd like to remind you, in resolution of the Kosovo issue, the UN court has taken a decision according to which, so far, this territory declares itself independent, is under no obligation to request to the central authorities of the country to allow them to do so. That was the decision of the UN court. And again, according to the UN court, that was the correct decision regarding Kosovo. And the same should apply to the People's Republic of Donetsk and Luhansk. Their independence has not been acknowledged for a long while. Then eventually it was recognized when it was clear that there is no way to achieve an agreement between all the parties. And it was clear that we were being deceived, and they were forced to recognize the independence of those territories. Was Russia authorized to recognize the independence of Donetsk and Luhansk? Certainly, there is no contradiction to the UN Charter. We were allowed to enter into agreement of treaty and mutual support and amity. Certainly, it was ratified by the Russian parliament. They asked us for assistance. We promised to offer assistance under this treaty, and that's exactly what we're doing. And the same letter that you referred to earlier. In this letter, they claim that we set ourselves an objective to free Donbass. Well, the two republics that I mentioned are together forming a Donbass, the People's Republic of Donetsk and Lugansk. And in this letter, it is stated that we will never achieve this goal. Well, I'm wondering, don't they know in Kyiv that starting from the 1st of April of this year, the People's Luhansk Republic is under full control of the Russian Federation and Russian troops? And the People's Republic of Donetsk is only controlled by the Ukrainian forces to less than 15% of its territories. So we are pursuing the objectives that we have set to ourselves, and there is no doubt whatsoever that those goals will be achieved. And we will achieve some other goals, but along the negotiations track, and I'm talking about denazification of Ukraine. I talked about that yesterday. And many were asking us, this is ridiculous, what are you talking about? Well, that's not ridiculous at all. Just lately we witnessed the ceremony, the official ceremony of reburial of Nazi criminals from Ukraine. They were reburied with all the honors and fireworks. And who's doing that? The head of Kiev regime, actually Jewish by origin. This is outrageous. Only Polish reacted. Why? Because primarily Jewish, Polish, and Russians, of course, were destroying by millions during the Second World War. And we must never forget that. That is a huge part of the tragedy called Holocaust. Just think about it. Millions of children and women were killed, burned alive, and those criminals are getting their reburial ceremony with all the honors, and the head of Kiev regime is present there, saluting them, turning the Nazi criminals into heroes. And this is what we are fighting against, and we count on the support of the international community.
Shifting focus back to the topic at hand over here, let's talk about energy security. President Mirziyoyev, it is during these wars and conflicts that countries have realized the need for energy security, the need for alternative energy resources and sources, and in that, Uzbekistan and Russia have just signed an agreement for a nuclear facility. Tell us more about what this means for Uzbekistan in terms of the facility, the specialists that you would require, because this is after a long time that we're looking at a nuclear facility in Uzbekistan, and how much time will it take, how important it is to have a nuclear facility, an energy resource that is not dependent on oil.
Thank you very much. In fact, this is a strategically significant project because any country needs to ensure its energy security, and we are going to double the demand for energy in 10 years in Uzbekistan. In my presentation, I was speaking why we are addressing this issue, because the production of uranium, we are in the 5th position in the world, and the uranium reserves are in the 10th position. And together with Russia, we have been working on these projects for a long time, and we discuss, we engineer, we design, and we came across to the following. So for the first time in the history of Russia and Uzbekistan, we are going to build 2 small modular reactors and 2 larger ones. Of course, before announcing all this, we were discussing it for a long time, for many years. First, I asked to open up a branch of the MIFI University, because in order to implement something in practice, we need to train specialists. At the time of the Soviet Union, we had a very good of a nuclear power school, and all that was, in a way, forgotten or neglected, and now we had to reinstate it again. When this branch was opened up, then science was developed, and now in this branch 300 students are getting trained, and 50 of them are graduates already. And we agreed with this Moscow MIFI University. Now there are 400 students from Uzbekistan, and we give very important attention to training of specialists. So now we do have them. Secondly, this project has a long history, and it is a unique one because it is in compliance with all international standards. And right now, we are so close to implementation of this huge, unique project. And yesterday, together with Vladimir Putin, we launched it. In Uzbekistan, it was so late at night, but after our meeting, I spoke with the people in Uzbekistan, and everybody was so happy there, because this is important for our future. And this project is not the last one in our cooperation with Russia in the sphere of nuclear energy, and we are going to build other nuclear power plants, because we have prepared the foundation for it. And as you said, specialists are extremely important for this sector. They will be accelerating these works, and yesterday we were discussing it with the President. Yes, we will be doing this, and we'll be supervising these works, because people have been waiting for this NPP for a long time. Our economy has been growing, and we need a reliable energy supply. And yesterday we were discussing other major projects in the sphere of energy efficiency in Uzbekistan. So I believe yesterday was a historical day for Uzbekistan, and I congratulate the Russian colleagues and all the people in Uzbekistan. They were so happy, they were inspired by this, and this will be definitely an important foundation for energy security and protection of the Republic of Uzbekistan.
Partnership, they say, should be partnership of equals. President Putin, the trade ledger shows Russia exports raw energy heavily to China, but imports a lot of machinery, technology, and components. Is this relationship a partnership of equals, or is Russia sliding into a colonial trade imbalance?
Даже смешно говорить на эту тему.
Right. We are in equal partnership with our Chinese colleagues and partners. Moreover, the share of our high-tech export to China is increasing. And taking a look at the whole energy sector, machinery and equipment in this sphere, I cannot give you any specific figures, but I'm sure that it exceeds the volumes that we receive from China. And as for the energy sector, let's begin with the nuclear energy. We are building a nuclear power plant in China. How many blocks are there? 4 blocks are functioning already. So 4 blocks are functioning already, and 4 are under construction. This is blocks designed in Russia. And we also develop our partnership in science and education, and we have a very close cooperation. And this is mutually beneficial. And as for hydrocarbons, traditional energy, here we have been enriching our competences. And we were partnering with international partners, mainly they were from the United States, but now we are expanding our capabilities in these spheres. And here we have representatives of major companies of Russia, and you can discuss it with them. They will be happy to share with you their vision. Of course, China is our reliable partner, and we work with Chinese companies. We share information, data, technologies, and we are going to continue this. And I also would like to put an emphasis on the following. Cooperation with China is mutually beneficial, and we are doing it equitably, on equal terms.
Okay, then let me invite Vice President Zheng. The fact that there was a recent meeting between the two heads of state of Russia and China, which drew a lot of international attention. Please throw some light on what this relationship is all about and where it's headed.
Thank you very much for your question. Yes, as President Putin described it, the cooperation in the sphere of trade between Russia and China is moving forward, and this is mutually beneficial. And in the past years, it has been developing in a stable fashion, and we see this solid growth, and there's healthy dynamics. And as you know, 2 weeks ago, President Putin completed a very successful visit to China. And President Xi Jinping and President Putin had negotiations in Beijing. It was on development of bilateral relations in different spheres, and in the track of trade and economic development, lots of agreements were reached. And all these results, of course, they were of a great interest for the whole world community. And all mass media were covering this. And I would like to touch upon 3 major points. As I said in my presentation, China and Russia, they are big states, we are neighboring countries, and both countries are permanent members of the Security Council of the United Nations. And development of relations between Russia and China and deepening of these relations and mutually beneficial cooperation in all spheres have demonstrated that this is promoting the development and growth of both of these countries, and it also improves the well-being and wealth of both countries. At the same time, it also helps us to contribute important stability and resilience in the modern world. Secondly, I know that you give great attention to our practical cooperation, and it is not against any other third party, and it is not impacted by anything from the external. Ms. Moderator asked a question already, and you mentioned that, our future development under the leadership of President Xi Jinping and President Putin, this is a strategic cooperation and partnership. It has been developing for 30 years, and this year we celebrate 25 years of the neighboring relations and friendship treaty, and we have been moving forward, and we are enriching our relations with this new substantial meaning, and this does not only improve the well-being of the populations, but it also supports the stability and peace in the region and the whole world. Thank you.
Please go ahead, sir.
Right after your question, I looked at the audience, and here there are presidents and leaders of our major energy companies, and I'd like to draw attention to the following. Some of our companies, yes, they were relying on the achievement of different Western companies, mainly American ones, but when this oxygen was cut off, we began developing our own engineering centers, and they are doing very well in this respect. For example, Gazprom Neft company, I keep promising to visit their center, but I saw the information materials. There's an enormous progress that has been achieved. Of course, we are open to cooperation in the future. Yet, together with partners from different countries, we will be achieving great results. Or Novatech company, for example, they have technology only they possess. No one else in the world has it. And together with our American partners, we have been discussing if they use our technology, then production and liquefying of gas in Alaska, for example, will be much more effective than originally planned with the installation of pipeline systems. So it will be a totally different degree of effectiveness. So as for difficulties related to the sanctions in certain spheres, yes, we see that. But at the same time, it helped us to develop our own competences. The same can be said about our European partners. For example, gas branches, they keep working with them, and our partners who were developing rapidly, if now they are leaving the market, then of course they come across difficulties, and they are not happy about it. Under the blanket, they say bad words about their governments, but they had to reconcile. So they lost the Russian market, but we have increased our competences because now we have both the natural reserves and the technologies. So we see this as a very short-sighted policy for some of our partners. Thank you.
Talking about technology and talking of technology, you're helping uranium when it comes to nuclear facility. What about countries like India, who actually have a lot of potential and need maybe assistance and partnership in the technology sphere when it comes to hydrocarbon and rare earth mineral harnessing of hydrocarbons in India? Is that something that you're looking at?
Yes, certainly. We are cooperating actively. Our company, Rosneft, is one of the biggest foreign investors into India's economy. How much is that, Mr. Zheng? 220 billion? How much have you paid for the oil refinery in India? 20 billion. Well, Rosneft has invested around $25 billion into the Indian economy in the form of an oil refinery, a port, gas stations, and we're certainly working closely with our Indian friends. We're working together in order to bring about positive results that we are witnessing. So we're sharing technology, among other things. And the Indian people, and we have seen that for many decades of our cooperation, starting from 1947, when diplomatic relations were established. We have had very good, trust-based, brotherly relations in all senses of the word. We know how talented the Indian people is, how well educated. Indians have great competences which have achieved world renown, especially in coding and in other fields, in particular what you mentioned. Yes, naturally. Right now, Prime Minister Modi has had to introduce certain restrictions. He calls not to use personal cars, not to travel long distance due to what is happening in the Strait of Hormuz, what is currently happening in the Middle East, but the Indian government has nothing to do with that. But the Indian economy is suffering. But I think our companies did the right thing, and the Indian counterparts did the right thing when they decided to embark on this path of close cooperation. Because right now we are trying to extend a helping hand and give our shoulder, increasing supplies to the Indian market and to Asia in general, and we'll certainly keep sharing our technological solutions.
You spoke of the war, so I have to ask you this. What is Russia's assessment? What's your assessment of what the global economic impact is going to be of the Iran-US war? And let's be honest, has Russia been at an advantage because of the war? Because we've got longer waivers to buy Russian oil. A lot of countries now can buy Russian oil legally without a problem because of the energy crunch that the world is facing, and President Trump has allowed, should I use the word allowed? Allowed the world to buy Russian oil.
The oil and gas profits have always been important for Russia, accounting for a significant portion of our overall GDP as well as the budget revenues. But the dependency of the Russian economy as well as the Russian budget on oil and gas revenue has decreased significantly over the recent years, not during the sanctions period, but overall during the recent period. And this has been a natural process. Right now, the share of the GDP that is not related to oil and gas was around 43%. A couple of years ago, that was 2022. So if you deduct from the overall revenue, oil and gas and non-oil and gas revenues in sea, what makes what, I think it was 45% or 46% it was accounted for by oil and gas. Right now, the share of oil and gas has decreased to 23%. So there's a world of difference. As far as the revenues of the federal budget are concerned, the Ministry of Finance is here. He's going to correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that oil and gas used to account. How much was that, Anton? Right now it's 20%, but how much did it used to be? It was 50% accounted for by oil and gas revenue, whereas right now oil and gas, and the minister is going to confirm that, account for as little as 20% of our federal budget. So I wouldn't go as far as to say that is of critical importance to us, so that's not as important. Even though it is still significant, 20% of the federal budget is still accounted for by oil and gas revenue. But just as for the rest of the countries, developing countries that have a rapidly developing economy, find other things more important. Of course, our oil and gas companies get certain preferences when long-term contracts are entered into, when the Russian oil price is going up. That has a positive impact on the budget. That's important, but what's more important is the market stability, because we are not only surviving on oil and gas, as I have demonstrated, we survive on the economic development in general. So if the world oil prices are too high, it has a negative impact on the part of the Russian economy that is represented by real production capacities, real industries. So what's important for us is that this price should be well-balanced between the consumers and the suppliers, but most importantly, it has to be stable. The vice chairman of the Russian government will help me out if I'm wrong, but I think around 10% right now. Yes, by 10%, the oil supplies to the world market have decreased. Yes, the economy is in turbulence, the world markets are in turbulence, and this is not something we're interested in. What we're interested in is keeping our cooperation within OPEC+, with a view to stabilizing the market and decreasing its volatility. That is our priority, and this is the track we're going to pursue further.
Okay, I suppose that's the reason why Saudi Arabia is the guest country this year at SPIEF. Having said that, you also spoke about payments.
No, not just because of that. Because we're friends with Saudi Arabia, and we've been friends for many years, and we are happy to have the guests from Saudi Arabia.
This is an energy partnership that the world will actually be looking at a time when we're faced with wars and conflicts, President. But you spoke about payments. You spoke about concerns regarding payments. The fact that in a jiffy, in a moment, Russia not just can be sanctioned, but its assets can be frozen. Payments under SWIFT can be blocked, and you're left with nothing. In such a scenario, one, how do you tackle it? Secondly, why should any country then consider Russia as a consistent partner?
Well, the first thing I would like to say, and I think many understand that in the US too, they understand that attempts at using USD as a weapon, as an instrument in war, well, it has brought about catastrophic consequences. It was a strategic mistake committed by the previous leadership of the United States, because US dollar is the main component of the US's economic cloud heft, and this is also a competitive advantage, not just because USD is a reserve currency, but also due to the fact that thanks to this reserve currency, the US economy has been making real money. And a lot of money, too. So when the previous administration chose to start using USD, which still remains a reserve currency, as an instrument for political competition, everyone started thinking. They started thinking, we too can be the object of such actions. What is going to happen to our reserves in USD? What is going to happen with our money that has been invested in American assets? Well, certainly, the economy of the US is very big, but still it is running some problems. There's the debt, also undermined trust in USD as the world currency. Right now, if the oil prices keep high, if the oil is expensive, it's going to affect the whole economic supply chain. And with a great deal of probability, this is going to have an effect on inflation rates in leading economies, in particular in the US economy. And inflation rate is the basic condition for the stability of USD, because it's not secured by anything. They had abandoned the gold standard in the past. What underlies the American economy is the reliability of the economy itself, the stability of the economy. And the main factor of that stability is low inflation rate. If oil prices are high, inflation is going to climb up, and this will endanger the basic premises of the American economy. These are the consequences, and we want to avoid that. We want stability in this sector, and this is something we're going to seek. So I think everyone understands what we're saying. So with Saudi Arabia, with our friends, with the Crown Prince, we are doing what we can in order to strike the balance between the interests of both suppliers and consumers. And so far, we have been successful. And we are immensely grateful to the Crown Prince and to all of our friends who are working in this field. Maybe we could give a chance to our guests to say a couple of words. That would be interesting. I understand this would be breaking the traditions of this session.
It's always fun to break traditions, President, sir. Is there a mic that can go to our Honourable Minister? We'll arrange for a mic. Meanwhile, can I just take a question till the mic comes?
Yes, sure. Go ahead.
Okay, so we're waiting for a mic for the Minister of Energy to speak and respond to President Putin. But I have taken note of the fact that every time you mention America, you're only mentioning the past administrations. I suppose Rodney's taking note as well on the specific way and the manner in which you're responding to the US-Russia equation. Having said that, every country has its own struggles. Tanzania, and Madam President over here, has been at the forefront, leading woman voice. Great to have a woman on the panel too, who's been fighting liberalization of her economy. How has that gone, and how is that moving ahead? Despite and in spite of fears of sanctions, criticism from various quarters, how are you managing economic liberalization in the country?
Asante sana, labda niseme kwamba
perhaps I should say Tanzania is a country. Is a country which is with a diversified economy. We don't depend on one commodity. The economy depends on agriculture, it depends on mining, it depends on tourism, it depends on many other sectors, manufacturing sector, we are also there. So all these sectors contribute together and they grow together at varying degrees, but they grow together. As such, we determined to a level that we work with the international community, with the private sector from the international community. And the majority respond and they come to invest in Tanzania and to do business. And since 2021 to date, we have been able to attract a lot of capital, foreign direct investment from abroad. And this is what makes Tanzania to be safe in its own economy. But most importantly, Tanzania is strategically located as an epicenter or a hub of the economic corridor of the eastern part, southern Central Africa. And the port of Dar es Salaam, which saves all these other corridors and all other these countries. Therefore, Tanzania, being strategically located to save other landlocked countries, that by itself makes Tanzania to have a lot of forms of attraction within the region. So Tanzania has a very vibrant economy, and the economy is steadily growing. We continue to grow. Since 2021, we started with 4%, and then we moved towards 4.5, 5.5, and last year we reached 6, and we expect to head towards 6.3. But you asked me a question on to have a female president. How can you sustain your economy? Perhaps I should say that economy doesn't depend on gender of the leader. It is not dependent on gender. It depends on how you steer the affairs of the nation and how you lead the country. Whether you are a male or female, you have to have strategic plans. It is the strategic plans that matter. That's what matters. I think I should respond that way. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Would it be too much to ask the minister, the honorable minister, to come and respond here? Because I think we're having a bit of a problem getting the mic. Would it be too much to ask the minister to come on the stage and respond? Thank you so much for doing this. Thank you. Oh, the mic has come, sir. The mic has come.
Magic.
Well, that's because you're in Russia.
Mr. President, magic does happen in St. Petersburg. So I'm very grateful for giving me the opportunity. I see it as an opportunity not for myself, but it's coming from a president who is a friend of both His Majesty, the custodian of the two Holy Mosque, King Salman, His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, Prime Minister Prince Mohammed. But both of them, I think, will vouch that this honor is also, and more important, for the people of Saudi Arabia and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So I'm very grateful for giving me the opportunity. Yes, it's a partnership that we struck somewhere in January 2015, and it withstood all of the situations that this world had endured from COVID to all of these storms and winds and whims of the world. And even today, we're going through so many crises in many places, in different places, with different causes. Yet, we're weathering all of these storms with a diligent commitment to each other as partners that although I'm a Muslim and Russia is not Catholic, but still we do go by until death do us part. Thank you.
That's lovely.
Indeed, thank you very much, Your Excellency. But I have to draw your attention to the fact that from 10 to 15%. Yeah, I'm just waiting for you to put on the headset. Your Excellency, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that from 10 to 15%, actually up to 15% of citizens of the Russian Federation are Muslims. And they don't have any other home country. Russia is their home. They proudly call Russia their home. Can I request our moderator? Well, you were saying it yourself. We also have representatives of the European Union and the USA in this room. Maybe they would be willing to raise their hands and take the microphone and say something. Why don't we do that? We keep talking about Europe and the West and the USA. Let them speak for themselves.
Rodney, will you humor us? And take the mic and say a few words.
Oh, I see one hand raised over there. Yes, please.
Perfect. Please come ahead.
Куда направились-то? Вот там, вот там. Там тоже. Ой, я прошу прощения.
Well, you haven't put me on the spot at all. President Putin, it's very nice to see you, and I appreciate all of the hospitality that has been afforded me on my return to St. Petersburg. I love the city, and I think you're aware of that, and I've been coming here for 30 years.
Ура! Мне тоже нравится Петербург.
Hooray! I also love St. Petersburg.
You have a beautiful hometown, and so do I. And I've said to a number of audiences since I've been here, there is a great kinship between Atlanta and St. Petersburg. I have come from a city that sadly was destroyed in war, burned to the ground. And St. Petersburg had resolve and fight to prevail over the Führer coming through the Admiralty Arch and proclaiming to the city that he had conquered her and then reduce it to rubble the next day. St. Petersburg fought that off. And yesterday I was privileged to have an orchestra play for us at my request, Shostakovich's Symphony No. 7. Not only did you fight it off with resolve and grit, but you also did it with culture and music. And if only Atlanta had had Shostakovich, maybe quite possibly my beautiful city would still be as intact as this beautiful place is. I do give a good hello from your friend, President Trump, and I am encouraged by everything that has happened since I've been here, Mr. President, and I appreciate the offer to speak. And we have a lot of ideas to talk about between our two capital cities in the next week.
Can I ask you a question, Rodney?
You may ask it, but I'm not sure I'll answer it.
That's all right. Are you taking anything back to DC when you plan the ballroom?
Explain your question a little bit better. Have I learned more from St. Petersburg architecture about the ballroom?
No. Will you be inspired while creating the ballroom in Washington, D.C. at the White House?
I have already been inspired by St. Petersburg ballrooms in my lifetime and have done a lot of work in your cathedrals and your palaces. So the answer is yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much for conveying greetings from Washington, D.C. And please convey my most welcoming remarks and the goal I scored back to him in a very friendly way, back to President Trump.
And
thank you very much indeed for your kind words. They indeed are very well taken. Thank you for your kind words from the bottom of your heart that you expressed about St. Petersburg.
I have some very tough questions to ask, but before that, we had opened the floor for our European friends here. And there, that lady over there. Can a mic go to her, please? Is there a mic? Down there.
Туда, пожалуйста.
That way, please.
Hello, Mr. President. Hello, everybody. Hello, Mr. Slutsky. My name is Diana Jovanovic-Șoșoacă, and I'm a member of European Parliament, and I'm from Romania. And I think I'm the only Romanian here. Thank you. I would like to tell you that Romanian people do not hate you. Romanian people want peace with Russia. We don't want that to help Ukrainian. We don't want to give them money and arms, but unfortunately, Romania is leading from Brussels. And I cannot send you a warm hello from our president because we do not have a president. From our point of view, I'm the president of a political party, SOS Romania, which is parliamentarian and Euro-parliamentarian political party and only opposition in Romania. And Mr. President, I would like to tell you that I was senator in Romanian parliament in 2023, I think, when Zelensky wanted to talk in my Romanian parliament. And I didn't let him, and I get him out of Romanian parliament. Well, and I would like to send you from the bottom of the hearts of Romanian people and European people who sings a lot and who have brains, that we want to cooperate with Russia. We are not enemies. You are the biggest country in the world. You are one of the biggest economy. We admire you for your force, and we admire entire Russian people. And we want to congratulate you for everything you have done and you are doing for this forum. Congratulations, and this is a lesson for European Union. I hope in a short time we won't have Ursula von der Leyen as the President of European Commission. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed. You're very much welcome. Frankly speaking, I cannot, and frankly speaking, I don't want to comment on the domestic affairs of Romania, but we have our friend from Saudi Arabia, His Excellency, mentioning that Russia is largely an Orthodox country still. Well, Romania is also Orthodox. So my request is, please convey the warmest greetings and best wishes to all Orthodox people in Romania.
All this is great, President Sir, but we still have tough questions on sanctions and on waiver. It comes at a time, and I ask you, and we're going to discuss this only because of the Iran-US war, a war that has shut down one of the most critical maritime routes. Okay, please go ahead, madam. This is a major derail.
I apologize. My name is Karen Kneissel. I came from the south. 2.5 years ago, no, I was wrong in using the word south. No, I came from the west. I'm originally from Lebanon. I'm so happy for the opportunity to live and work in Russia. Thank you for this opportunity. Unfortunately, in the West, they are so convinced that I used to work for Russia 40 years ago.
My question I will ask in English, because I think there's also no German interpreter. I know that the President insists on German, but let us do it in English. Mr. President, my question is, on the modern warfare of drones, which have created such a horrible distance between, let me say, the perpetrator. I don't want to say the soldier because it's not always a soldier. And the target. There is now a sort of technical, artificial distance, which is creating a new form of cruelty. And we don't anymore have any sort of code of honor between the parties. It was different still in World War I. How do you see this modern warfare in which the Russian army and the Ukrainian army have gained special experience? Here in St. Petersburg, about 140 years ago, Tsar Nikolai II launched a conference on disarmament. His ambassador Martin said, whenever we don't have a strict law how to do the war, let public conscience speak. May I ask you about this warfare? How can we handle it? How can it be done or be finished? Thank you.
Yes. As for these new means of war and warfare, yes, they have appeared regularly, and the international community always tries to respond to it. For example, the ban on the use of explosives and mines, but we see that many countries, they deviate from this, and we see what is supplied by the Western states to the Ukrainian troops. Even these forbidden warfare. As for these drones and UAVs, yes, this is the new reality. And mainly, of course, they are supplied to Ukraine from the Western states. In Ukraine, they are only assembled, although it seems that they try to engineer some of these drones themselves. They're not very successful in that. What can be done? As I said yesterday at the meeting with the media representatives, we need to reinforce our aircraft defense, air defense systems, and do everything possible in this respect. And unlike the Ukrainian troops, we have the whole range of technologies and resources for developing this. We have schools, we have training centers, we have a developed industry. And it is an opportunity to implement all the plans we have set for ourselves. Our industry and defense science, they are actively involved in this, and they're able to ensure this capability of the Russian troops. And this includes this new warfare. If you ask this question, I should say that the parity in the combat field, we have preferences. They are having advantages in some areas, and this is true about long-range aviation and aircraft. I would say that if certain decisions are taken in a timely fashion, and if we increase our capabilities, then it wouldn't be a serious danger, because these are aircraft that can be dealt with. But now we see that there's new type of aviation. This can be curtailed. The other party, they don't have their own production of such hypersonic, for example, weapons and missiles, the whole range of them, and some other combat warfare other countries don't have, like the mid-range weapons like Oreshnik. We spoke about it many times, but I cannot but agree with you that if there are most dangerous weapons, especially dangerous for civilians, of course the international community need to start thinking how to limit and restrict its usage, especially against civilians. This is absolutely unacceptable. This is a humanitarian crime, but this is a topic for another discussion with the experts and representatives of international organizations. Thank you.
Before I go to the war question, can I just take one question from Madam President here? You said 1 out of 4 will be African. By what? By when? By 2050. And I ask you this because we ask this to everybody who boasts about population and the fact that they have a huge population. It's not about quantity, it's about quality. What do you have to offer to the world? What does Africa have to offer to the world in terms of quality?
Asante.
Thank you. We have, as the African continent, we recognize the fact that during this in this era, we're supposed to develop and to promote our human capital, to develop human capital.
That's very, very important.
That's critical for Africa.
That's what we are doing. Of course, we are doing it in varying degrees in each country, but we are doing it. For example, in Tanzania, for instance, we do have right now about 500 students in the Russian Federation. They are here, learning here. And in our discussion,
we have, in our discussion, agreed that we'll get more opportunity to take our children to Russia for education, because we have new areas which are being unlocked. For instance, if we speak of a digital economy, or digitalization of economy, we have to learn what is it. When we speak of nuclear energy, we also need to get nuclear engineers. We need to get all the experts who can work in that field. So, development of human capital, that is the direction we want to take. It is critical to our development, but secondly, especially for Africa. It is to give the opportunity to women, because currently in Africa, the doors which were closed, they are now unlocked, they're opened, especially for us who have worked through the doors. We have the responsibility to develop others.
An African girl
to make sure that an African girl has the hope for the future and understand that she is the part of the nation building. As we were told in
SDGs,
as it is explicit in the Sustainable Development Goals, that we don't have to leave anyone behind.
We are now aware that no one should be left behind. Take an example, a country growing at 80%, 6% GDP growth annually. How can it manage without involving each and everybody? So society inclusion is very, very important. And you said it right, CO2 society inclusion, but quality society.
Not only society inclusion, but everyone has to be involved.
Managing their own sustainable development. So,
as I rightly said, that by that year, out of one out of four will be an African by 2050, because African population is growing at a higher rate.
We are aware that we have to build our human capital, and we are doing it. Yesterday, when I was in Rodin University, I met Nigerians there, Tanzanians, Ghanaians, so many students from African countries. They are there studying. So this is one country, Russia, but our students have spread all over the world. So we are trying to build our human capital, and both boys and girls. So that's why I said in those years, 9 out of 20 countries that would lead the economy, 9 are coming from Africa, and I think Tanzania is one of them. Thank you.
Now I'll go back to the war question, the Iran-US war. Strait of Hormuz blockade there is a real cause of concern, worry. How is Russia looking at it? What's your assessment and reading on the global impact it is having? Apart from the fact that, yes, Russia maybe has had a bit of an advantage, what's the assessment of the blockade and the attack on Iran? Would you consider it provoked or unprovoked?
I don't see any provocations on the part of Iran. I believe at some point we agreed on the Iranian nuclear program, and everything was under control in the IAEA. But then the scenario changed completely, and this led to the tragedy we're observing now. And this is attack on Iran, and there were civilian losses, so we know it very well, and the relations between the neighboring states aggravated, and we know this very well because we have very good friendly relations with the countries of the Gulf. And I kept saying this yesterday. And in our consultations with the colleagues from Iran, we keep saying that they should deter from striking on the neighboring states. But they give a very straightforward answer. They say, we have been attacked, our children are being killed, and all the leaders of the state were killed. What can we do? We are forced to respond in such a way. So from this perspective, yeah, the situation is not very simple. We have very good relations with Iran, with the Arab countries, and we are in quite a difficult position. But we believe that the decision of President Trump to stop the combat activities is the right one. And this ceasefire will lead to a long-term peace. And I kept saying many times, Russia in 2015 played a very important role in resolving the crisis at that time. And if we can do something, we are absolutely ready to do that. If not, then we'll be just hoping that all the parties involved will manage to resolve it with peaceful means. Thank you.
Have they approached for Russia to play a role in mediating, in brokering peace? Are you in touch with just President Pezeshkian, or also have you had an opportunity to speak with the new Supreme Leader?
Well, this is not about them approaching us. You know, I think it was a year ago, or maybe somewhat later, but we reminded them of our cooperation back in 2015 when we took away the enriched uranium into the Russian territory. Back then, it led to a détente, de-escalated the tensions. We said this is once again possible, and if all the parties involved are interested in Russia playing a similar role at this point in time, we are ready to do the same. We have the requisite technology available. And originally, I would like to say, almost all the parties involved in the conflict, both Iran, Israel, and the US, said yes. They said it was interesting, this could be considered. But then they started to toughen their requirements, and this has brought about the current situation. Our proposal remains on the table. We're not insisting on anything. Should the parties involved in the conflict arrive at a conclusion that this is a good proposal, we'll be happy to help. If not, we will simply follow the situation, and as far as we can, we will try to help alleviate somewhat the tensions around this situation.
Does the offer for the uranium enrichment to be taken to Russia still stand? Are you engaged with Washington, D.C. on this? Because I suppose D.C. is very clear that they want to have the uranium, and Iran is insistent that it stays in Iran.
We're in contact both with Washington and Tehran and with Tel Aviv as well.
Because you mentioned Tel Aviv, do you think Prime Minister Netanyahu's plans, as they stand, are one of the main reasons why America is in a position where it needs to, one, look at how to get out of this, how to exit this? And do you think President Trump was misled?
Well, I have no grounds to believe that President Trump was misled, because he's a very mature person, a very experienced politician. I don't think anyone from outside can exert any significant influence on him. We know very well the concerns of Israel. They are related to their perception that Iran seeks a nuclear weapon, even though on multiple occasions before Iran had stated, and it keeps stating, that it entertains no such plans, and we have no grounds to believe otherwise, because we have no proof that Iran seeks a nuclear weapon. But that said, Israel has these concerns, and the main problem around the situation is the lack of mutual trust between the parties. And in this particular case, it is important to place these materials under the IAEA control. IAEA is an international organization, and the leader of the IAEA was here in contact with us, because the start was given to the construction of a nuclear power plant in Uzbekistan. So if it's placed under the IAEA control, I see no problem with that. As for agreeing on the level of enrichment within Iran, this is another matter entirely. I think it's less acute. I think Iran is entitled to a peaceful nuclear program, and we cooperate with Iran in peaceful nuclear energy. We built an energy unit of an NPP in Bushehr in Iran. It's operational, and we keep constructing another 2 energy units. And our experts are on the ground. Most of the personnel has been evacuated because Bushehr is almost on the coast of the Strait of Hormuz. So basically within the area of hostilities, part of the personnel, the women, the children, we have had to evacuate them, but some of the personnel still remain. And in that case, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that we're in contact with both Israelis and the Americans on this matter. They told us, yes, some things, missiles fell. Next, that was a coincidence, that was not deliberate. There are no grounds that it would be repeated, and we have no grounds not to believe them. We see Israel's concerns, and also we see there is a willingness to ensure the safety and security of the NPP in Bushehr, but it's quite otherwise in Zaporozhye, where there's the NPP and where the Ukrainian armed forces are constantly carrying out strikes next to the station in the proximity. And there was a recent strike. I think they lost their minds. They struck against the energy unit, but luckily there has been no consequences. It has been shut down, but it was not damaged, and yet the situation is very, very dangerous because there's the spent nuclear fuel, and should the vessels carrying them be damaged, a very big question begs itself where the wind is going to blow, and there's no guarantees that it's going to blow in the Russian direction. Probably it's going to blow in the European direction. So the Europeans that are condoning the actions of the Kiev regime should think about their own safety. Incidentally, quite unambiguously, unequivocally, this was mentioned by the head of the IAEA, Mr. Grossi. This is what he said. And now getting back to your question. In general, once the situation calms down, we intend to keep working with our Iranian friends and constructing these nuclear facilities. But of course, we could play a certain role here. We could assuage the Iranian concerns, because they're concerned that there are restrictions being placed on their peaceful nuclear energy. But since we are working with them, we stand ready to provide them with everything they need, including the enriched uranium they need for their nuclear energy.
Beyond economic or friendship or economic partnership, President, sir, there are reports in Western media where they say that Russia has supported Iran, not just symbolically, not just in words, but in satellite images, in data sharing, in information sharing. What do you have to say to those reports?
Well, information is always on the table. Some modern control means are dual use. I don't know for sure, but I think Iranians could have been getting information not just from our satellites, but also from commercial satellites. Commercial satellites sell this information on a commercial basis. It's very simple. As far as our weapons are concerned, Iran has never requested us for anything, and we have not provided them with any weapons.
But these wars today have shown a different side of modern warfare. Drone technology, whether it's Ukraine or for that matter Iran, way ahead in drone technology, in the use of artificial intelligence. How does Russia fare, and what's your assessment on what you want to do, and reading on Ukraine's drone technology, Iran's drone technology?
Well, as far as Ukrainian armed UAVs are concerned, they have to be shot down, and we have to be more efficient about that. As for the artificial intelligence, indeed, the US and Europe are actively developing these technologies, and we're doing the same. And mostly UAVs or spare parts for UAVs come from Europe to Ukraine. Some spare parts come from the US. Whereas our UAVs are completely domestically produced.
Is AI an enabler or a disruptor?
Well,
this is a new means of warfare. There's nothing strange about that or nothing new. Everyone starts getting ready once it has already become part of real life, real warfare. But these are not the only means of carrying out warfare. The outcome is assured through a combination of forces and instruments and tools, and most importantly, thanks to the motivation, the morale of the armed forces themselves. It is also assured through internal cohesion and society of the society. So these UAVs carried out a strike against a coal port. So they created some noise. There was this fire because of the coal. Did they achieve something? Yes, they did. Is that a decisive factor for achieving their goals? No, it's not. Because you need internal cohesion, and you need in society. You have to have your own industrial base for defense industry. You have to have your own scientific base and your own resource base. Russia has all of that, and we do that, and we will do that. So the sooner those who are fighting us understand that, the better it's going to be for them.
We're coming to the fag end, but I still have a few questions.
Yes, I'm sorry. You spoke about Iran, and we have to do them credit. Iran manages to assure internal stability within its society. This is an incontestable fact. Once the hostilities started, some in the West thought that the country would crumble from the inside, but it didn't happen. This analysis proved to be erroneous. Quite the contrary. As we can see, the Iranian society is getting increasingly consolidated. You must have seen it, you must have heard it a month ago or so. Once the conflict was launched, the first strikes were carried out. The Iranian regime, the leadership made an appeal, sacrifice your life for Iran. 5 million people volunteered, and now more than 10 million. And all of them volunteered to sacrifice their own life for the sake of their country. And this is a fact. And this is something you have to keep in mind all the time. And, well, that is what applies to the conflict in Iran.
Also, sir, dissent also has to be recognized by countries and leaders. There's dissent in Tanzania, there's dissent in Russia, there's dissent in Uzbekistan, in China, including India. How do you see dissent, and how do you engage the youth?
The more points of view exist, the better it is, because you can choose the best.
Okay, I have to ask my India question. Yesterday, you were meeting with some of the editors, and you spoke about Su-57s, and that it was an offer for a collaboration. Does that offer still stand? What are the details? And what's the conversation you're having with New Delhi?
India and we have very good long-standing relations in terms of military and technical cooperation and interaction. A significant portion of the armed forces of India are equipped with Russian equipment, with Russian material. This is a tradition that dates back to the Soviet times, and this tradition is kept alive. Our relations with the Indian friends are specific in that, thanks to our mutual trust, we concentrate not just on trade, not just on buying and selling, we're also concentrating on joint research and development. One of the most the greatest examples is the medium-range missile BrahMos. Indian experts participated in the design of this missile from the very beginning, and Russian experts as well, and the outcome was great. India has traditionally been purchasing our aircraft, both planes and helicopters from us. Su-57 is a very good aircraft, probably the most modern one, the most up-to-date in the world as of now, and it is also the most efficient. We offered, and I said that to our Indian friends yesterday, we offered we should do that together. Well, it didn't work out, but we did it on our own, and we stand ready to sell Su-57, probably. You know, there are two pilot configurations, and it could also serve as a command center. So forging ahead, and we are very efficient, not just in aviation, but also in maritime equipment, submarines, and surface vessels.
Is there a waiver or carve-out for India in acquiring and procuring Su-57s and S-500 air defense systems from the United States of America? And will that stand? How do you think India should be dealing with America and the sanctions?
Well, I would say India always acts as a sovereign country, and under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, any potential threats of sanctions would boomerang immediately. And I know that for sure we've been in close talks with Prime Minister Modi for a long while, and he knows that for sure. We all remember a time when Prime Minister Modi was banned from going to the territory of the United States of America, and I know that Prime Minister Modi would never forget about it. Now he's a prime minister, all the sanctions have been eliminated, and the relationship between the USA and India are developing successfully, as I understand, and India is a sovereign country, and it is free to choose those products that they consider to be most up-to-date and most applicable for them, and obviously offering the best price-quality ratio. No matter what people say, India has always been acting in this manner. How? Well, India is always guided by its national interests. Of course, that is a very sensitive area, the defense area. But one thing is particularly important. It is crucially important. And the thing is that our cooperation with India, just like with all other partners of ours, is not subject to political environment. We can't be dictated. Do not deliver that to India. Nobody can dictate us, and nobody would even try to do that. We are always going to do what we consider to be right, and we will always stand true to commitments given to our partners, especially such partners as India. And in this key, in this spirit, according to those rules, we do our business, and this is how we're determined to continue.
I began the session by saying we can't be dictated to, and my co-moderator, President Putin, has said the same. On that note, we end the session. Thank you so much for joining us.
If I may, on behalf of all the people present in this hall, here in the panel, we would like to thank our charming moderator for this joint work and joint conversation. Thank you very much for your moderation support.